Hey, and happy Thursday to everybody. And once again, I thought the most recent appearance from you was much sooner. I just went and looked today. I was like, damn, it's been 7 months.
Dang,
Back on the show, we got Gage Hogsten from Norman Studios in Florida. Gage, how we doing?
I'm doing fantastic. It's almost the
Uh,
end of the week for me. So,
it is. It
yeah,
is. For everybody listening, Gage has a super sensitive microphone, and we
yeah.
know that, and we're sorry.
Again, I couldn't figure out how to turn it down at all. But at least
uh,
it works this time. I was telling Ryan last time I did the unwatched pile with the Chasing Labels podcast, I didn't get it working at all. So at least I have a mic tonight.
The mic is useful and it sounds wonderful. You sound sultry, radio DJ. Let's do it. We got a lot of stuff to cover this week, so we'll be going deep into the announcements. We're gonna be talking about some pickups, some recent watches, checking on Norman Studios, and then of course after our regular part of the show tonight, we're gonna be doing our film discussion tonight. We are covering the films of 2013. And the reason for that, usually I let the guests decide most everything, but today's my wedding anniversary, and we got married in 2013, and so we are celebrating the year in film of 2013. We've been married 11 years, and between my wife and I, ever since we were kids, the number 11 was special, and so it's our 11-year anniversary. So this next year has to be special, right? I mean, that's how it goes.
It will be.
All right.
Congratulations, brother. That's really awesome for you guys.
Thanks. Yeah. We have known each other for a very, very long time. We met
I
when
saw
we
those photos.
those photos are very, very old. Yeah, if you want to see the super young pictures of Ryan and Laura, check out the Discord. It was a long time ago. That was she was a freshman in high school, and I was a senior at that time. And I had skipped a grade, so I was actually closer in age to her. It's not that far.
I was about to
But
say you were robbing the cradle. Let's go.
not quite. No, we had met, gosh, back in, I believe it was 2001, and technically we dated in 2002, separated, went our own, different lives for a while, and somehow found each other back again. Even we were still friends that entire time, but we didn't really consider each other like that. But man, it was a interesting, wonderful growing experience, and ever since then we've been growing together as wonderful people, and I love her, and yeah, she's amazing.
That's awesome. And she puts up with your disc collecting. So, I mean,
Not only that, she encourages it and tells me not to stop, not to sell anything, not to give anything away. And I'm
let's
like,
go.
babe, we're out of space. I got to do something.
Nope. There's no reason to get rid of any of it.
Yeah, we have known each other for quite some time, and I wouldn't have it any other way. So celebrating tonight, and excited to do it. We Gage and I decided to do a top 10 from 2013, and somehow we both ended up with over 15 titles. So we're gonna have a whole bunch of honorable mentions to discuss as well. And yeah, it's gonna be a great night. So first, let's check in on Norman Studios. What's been going in with you?
So that's 7 months ago. I'm trying to think of
It
was
was
a long
last
time ago.
July.
July. Okay. So that's around the time that we had our big grand opening. And I don't remember the if it was the week that maybe before or somewhere around that
I
time. I
think it was
remember
about to happen right
about to
after we
happen.
did.
Okay. So it wound up being like amazing. The Friday night before. Oh, also, yeah, thank you to everybody in the chat. I saw some people saying hello to me. Thank you. Um the the Friday before our grand opening, we had I forget what it was exactly, the Institute of like Preservation or something, National Institute of Preservation or something like that came, and they had about like 80 people there from all over the country. So for whatever reason, I guess every year they have like a convention and they could go to a different city, and they were in Jacksonville this year. And so we we had them here for that Friday night, and then the next day we had about 150 people.
Jeez.
And yeah, which was, we've never had like that many people there all at
Right.
once. It was insane for like 2 days in a row to just be packed like that. Like the inside of the buildings, I mean, it's a big
Right.
building, but it's not, that big. And to have all those people in there was nuts. And then actually on Sunday, something that was very special to me, everybody in here, Jacksonville, knows of the story. You guys probably do too, because it was national news. I don't know if you remember the story of the young man that was Jordan Davis that had got shot at a gas station for playing his music too loud back in 2012. His father actually called us and was like, hey, can we do a tour? And I was the only one available. And so I wound up the next day on a Sunday giving him a private tour of the buildings, and just being able to hang out with him for a few hours and talk was absolutely amazing. He's like such a cool guy, so nice. And he's actually came back a couple times since then and brought more people. It's really,
Nice.
it was really special. And then I think I brought up that our president was in poor health, and she actually surprised everybody and showed up to the grand opening. And
Nice.
it was insane to see her. And then she wound up passing away just like a few weeks afterwards.
Yeah.
And it was very special that she was able to be there for that, because they actually gave us our plaque for becoming a National Historic Landmark at that event, and also gave her recognition and honors. The mayor and the council people from our district were there and all gave her honors and everything. It was awesome.
Interesting. Wow, that's a hell of a weekend.
Yeah, and then I guess the other big news, I think I was telling you guys last time on there, we knew that we were possibly getting the last building part of the properties.
Yeah.
We finally got it, and we got the keys to it in January, and we're actually in the building now, which is awesome.
Sweet.
It's a giant space that we've used before. It has a stage in it because of a church, and we've had orchestra set up on the stage and projector up on the wall and everything, and it's more modernized than the rest of the building, but we'll have to do some work before we actually open it to the public. Safety stuff like old rotten wood that needs to be taken care of before it becomes an event space. So we're going to take care of a lot of that stuff here soon, and we're hoping by the summertime to be able to actually have that open for galas, banquets, and do some movie showing again. Finally, we haven't done anything since COVID. So yeah, it's been a long time. We'll bring back Silent Sundays quarterly and do film showings with live musical accompaniment from JU, hopefully.
And then pretty soon you should have some merch available on the site, right?
I'm wearing
I love it.
Crimson Skull shirt. That was the artwork on it is awesome. It's taken from a press book, an original press book that was donated to us by one of our board members, and she actually paid to have it scanned, and we now have the high resolution file for it to use on everything. And I gave it to a local company here in town that does screen printing, and we made these awesome shirts for it. And I know Celeste is a blank aficionado. She was saying that she likes to know what the blanks are. This is on a Color Comforts heavyweight tee, so it's a nice quality t-shirt. Yeah, it's so great. And then we also have black and white Norman Studio logo tees that will be a little bit cheaper. They're just on like basic Gildan, whatever their basic shirts are. And we'll have posters. We have posters of Regeneration, the film that only survives one reel of it still survives. And it's on a bonus feature on that African Americans, Pioneers of African American box set. But that's what we've named the whole exhibit for our opening exhibit is Regeneration. So
wow, interesting. And that'll be the next couple months. Those will be available online, right?
Yes, we're open hopefully before the summer. Hopefully that should happen very soon, because we actually it's a long process that we have to go through our like membership. Like it's like a company that does membership for us, and so like they're making the store for us on our website. So
smart.
It's just kind of like I pass it on to one person and then they pass it on to them. So it's just very slow. And then all the taxes involved, because we're a nonprofit. So but we still have to pay taxes for like sales and use and stuff if we're going to sell merchandise. So just a lot of numbers to deal with.
When that goes up online, I will be sharing that with everybody, and we'll share the links and all that. Just remember, anything that you purchase from Norman Studios in the future will go back right to the studios. You'll help them out and do all kinds of stuff to help film restoration and keeping stuff alive that is literally on the verge of going extinct.
Yeah, we fully only exist because of donations that we get from you guys. Everybody on the board, we're all volunteers. None of us make money off of this. We all actually pay to be board members. So
Wow.
We put our own money into this, and yeah, so luckily have gotten a lot of donations over the past year, but it's still nowhere near enough to be able to run these gigantic properties that we have and do the
Right.
things that we need to be able to do. So anything that you purchase from us, it's all going straight back to keeping these buildings standing.
That's so great. Speaking of our own money, why don't we get into some pickups? Anything that you got recently you're excited about?
Okay, so I've been very poor since Christmas, and I haven't really gotten much. And I got these a while ago. I haven't watched them yet, but they're still sealed. I don't open things until I watch them, which I think we talked about that last time. To me, it's
Yep.
part of the ritual of like
I
the
get it.
night. Yeah. So, but when Grindhouse opened back up, I got the Fascination 4K because I knew it was running low, and I want to get all the genre on stuff. So,
How do you feel about the new indicator like slimline packaging they're doing?
dude, I love it. I
I
know
love
some
it too.
people. I mean, I'm not like the biggest fan of like it changing, like
Right.
the criterions. People complain about the digipack and then the standard digipack standard, and I'm not the biggest fan of it being different, but like I don't really mind. And like I think that these slim, because they're still that hard
Yep.
box, they're just slim. So
Yeah.
like when I first heard about it, I thought they would be like more like a softer digipack, and I was like, but then when I got them in, and once you get like 4 or 5 of them and you're holding them like this, you're like, oh yeah, this
It's
is
the
nice.
best of both worlds. They're
Yeah,
so nice.
I love it, and it saves space.
Yep.
Especially
Bingo.
when you don't think you're about to have 10 individual genre line movies, and now you do. If they were all like this thick, you'd be like,
Yeah,
oh, that's a whole shelf now. And
that's
then
true.
the only other one I got is a big one, the Day
Ooh.
West and Hollywood box set from Indicator as well. I've wanted this for so long because the transfers are very similar to the Kino ones. That
Right.
maybe a tad better through Indicator, but the Kinos all have no special features. This thing's full of special features. You get a book. The artwork
Yep.
on these are better. And Kino only did 9 movies, and this has 10 movies. So one of these movies I think is still unavailable in the United States. So I had to get this, and I've been wanting it since it came out. It was like 3 years ago now, and
Yeah.
but I've never had a region free player until my wonderful girlfriend got me one for Christmas this past year. So
What
had
a
to.
perfect Christmas.
Oh, it was great.
Yeah, that's awesome. And that box set, when it got announced, that had Gage's name written all over it. So
Oh yeah. Well, there's Cary Grant's my favorite actor, and I think he's in 2 movies in it, maybe 3, something like that. So
nice.
yeah.
Nice.
What about you? You got anything?
I got 3 here. One took advantage of a price drop recently. Got the
Oh
second
yeah.
volume of the Looney Tunes Collector's Choice. Cannot wait to see what they do. We got the third one announced. I really hope we get eventually everything. Would be incredible.
Yeah.
And then from MVD Visual, this came in for review. This is Punto Rojo. This is a crime film that they put out, and the cool thing. I loved last year's When Evil Lurks. It was done by the same director that did Terrified a few years ago, and one of the actors from that is in here, and it's supposed to be really great. So eager to see this. And then on top of that, it's got a short film from the director, and for a movie like this, that's really rare. So
Yeah.
this is a surprisingly good deal on Amazon right now. Check that out if you are interested. And then the latest, this is brand new from OCN, the Zombie Army, which
That's cool.
this is a super fun slip on a movie that Will and I are on the special features here. We're on something called Incubators of Death, the Asylum in Horror Cinema. And it is a really fun visual essay that is pretty unique because we talk about the depictions of asylum in horror. And as we are going through the history of asylums in horror, it sort of has our narrator for this slowly becoming somebody that should be ingratiated into one of these asylums, and he starts to get a little deranged by the end of it. I recommend checking it out. The movie itself, it is a shot on video zombie movie that is pretty wild. I know it's not going to be everybody's cup of tea, but the package itself is really fascinating for a movie like this, and I really hope everybody likes the special features, because I know it's a big deal to get something like this that this is like locally made horror that is showing up on Blu-ray through Saturn's Core, which is now a fairly big OCN partner label. So I'm stoked on that.
Yeah, that's awesome. They're really cool. I have a few of their releases. I know that was running low, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think that was one of the faster selling ones
Yeah, I gotta get
from
that.
this month.
Yeah, I gotta get that because I love their slips. They look awesome. That
Yeah.
that like Halloween and like hayride horror, that
Yep.
slip was so cool. I love the artwork on that.
Yeah, they're doing great with art recently. Ragnar says, "How did I get that zombie film already? I got it because I got a contributor
Because you're
copy."
the man.
Yeah, no, definitely not the man, but yeah, the OCN Saturn's Core sent that ahead of time. Let's
I do want to
see.
say Ragnar666 says it's never a good idea to leave your movie sealed, which funny enough, I've never ran into any problems with that until about a month ago. I actually opened up my copy of Battleship Potemkin to finally actually watch it. I watched it in like a film class in high school and was on my phone playing Subway Surfer, whatever,
Yeah.
not actually watching it. So I was like, I'm finally gonna watch it, and I opened it, and there was disc rotting on the bottom of it, which that's the only other time I've ever ran into disc rotting issues was with the Mickey Spalin Criterion. I forget what the name of that movie is.
Oh
It's
yeah,
Spaghetti.
I
It's
know what you're
Spaghetti.
talking
That
about.
one had the rusting or whatever on the bottom, and I opened up Battleship Potemkin and I had little brown spots all over it, and so I know I bought that probably 7 years ago, something ridiculous, So I was like, I know. So I'll have to. Luckily, the Kino those are on sale for like $12 all the
Right.
time. So.
Well, funny enough, let this be a warning for everybody. Fairly recently, I don't remember what the title was, but I sold some old Scream Factory copy that I hadn't opened because I had another copy from some older release that I just watched, and I bought the Blu-ray to upgrade and said, I want to watch this eventually. Never opened it, and then since then it got a 4K release, and
Yeah.
so I was like, I'll just get rid of the blue. Somebody else wanted it, and they bought it for me like 7 months ago. And then out of nowhere, he messaged me, I think it was about a week and a half ago, and he goes, you remember when I bought that like 6 months ago? Take a look at this. And he showed me, he opened it to watch it. The wrong entire movie. It was a disc from some other random ass movie in there. And he's
What?
like, I know it wasn't you because it was sealed, but this is super weird. Do you think there's anything I can do? And I was like, dude, I don't know. And so I bought him a copy of the movie and sent it to him. But
Oh, that's sweet. That's happened to me once.
yeah.
It was a Warner Archive. Luckily, they still had their store at this point, and I ordered the Sea Wolf, the Jack London with Edward G. Robinson, and I opened it, and it had the Sea Hawk in it, the Errol Flynn. So
Oops.
I still need to get the. They wanted me to send the Sea Hawk back. And so I sent that back. So I still haven't seen it, but yeah, that
Weird.
like I know. And like with Kino, I even messaged them just to see if they would sell me just the disc. I was like,
Right.
I don't even want it for free. Like, can I buy just the disc? And they never responded. They don't really have the best communication. So
Yeah. Brendan said, "Did disc rot happen because it was sealed, or it was there anyway?" It was probably one of those things where it was just a bad batch, and it was
yeah,
going to be bad no matter what.
exactly.
It's not a regular case of disc rot, which is super rare unless you're in like the worst possible conditions. Like Spaghetti here, he's bringing up there was a time that there was a big batch of Criterion stuff that just plain
Mhm.
had defects. It was something from around like 2011,
It was like
and
20
then
titles.
yeah, there was a lot.
Yeah.
And then around, oh gosh, it was earlier. It was like 2008, I think it was. There was a batch of Lionsgate titles that have all rotted, and you just can't possibly prepare for that, of course.
Yeah. I saw somebody on there earlier ask how the Royal Rumble was. It was awesome. It was great. That guy Brian Wiltsey, that's my good friend. I was gonna get to that next. His brother's DVDs, and he was hiding his weed in it. I'm sure I've hid money in my Largent case, the Criterion copy of
Nice.
Largent. Yeah, but I would hide money in that back in the day.
Brent says, I opened a Scream Factory poster tube last week to find it empty.
Oh my
Yikes.
God. That sounds like Scream Factory. Something Scream
Gosh.
Factory would do.
Yeah, but thankfully Stan's right. Those issues are usually few and far between.
Yeah, twice in the 10 years that I've been collecting Blu-rays.
Yeah, that's pretty damn good in the grand scheme of things.
And
Uh,
I also want to see DC up here said, Gage, you never owned any of those early Lionsgate titles. I'm
yeah,
not sure what he's.
there was a batch that were from around 2007 or 8 that just
Okay.
all went bad, and
Oh, no.
they all got disc rot really quickly and would never play. So like, I think the most common one was Rob Zombie's House of a Thousand Corpses. So like the first big batch of those Blu-rays, they just died like within a couple years, and
Mm,
none of them worked after that.
damn. I have some old WWF DVDs, like their first ones that they put out, like from 1999 and 2000s. And two of those, like the last time I tried watching them, would just like start glitching, and I'd have to like
Oh,
fast forward or skip it to make it keep working. That's like the other than those Blu-rays, that's the only ever time I've ever had any disc issues.
damn. Well, speaking of disc issues, what have you been watching lately?
Oh man, I've been watching a lot of stuff lately. You and I briefly talked about it the other day.
Yeah.
I went really hard in the beginning of the year, right in January, and was watching like 4 movies a week. And lately, I've slowed down here, but I've watched 25 new movies to me this year. Which
Jeez.
I also want to comment earlier. I saw Josephine DeMarco talk about the movies that she just watched for the first
Yeah.
time. I always love seeing what she watches for the first time. That's like one of my favorite things is like the road of discovery that we're all on.
Yep.
Yep,
There's
there
some
we
great
go.
titles in here. Red Eye is
Yeah,
fantastic. Double Jeopardy is super great. Dragon Inn's a classic. I've not seen the other two, but man, I definitely need to.
I've never seen any of those, and it's so 125. Holy shit, that's
Uh,
sick.
John Peters is in the chat. I think he's up to well over 125 already, probably.
Oh my lord, that's crazy. Yeah, I haven't really watched much lately. The last thing I watched was last Sunday. I actually watched the movie Shatas. You ever seen that?
I have not.
Okay, it was like one of those movies that everybody had like a bootleg DVD of like 15 years ago. I remember it's like one of the Marleys is like the main character in it. It's like basically like coming of age crime movie of like some young kids in Jamaica wanting to be gangsters, and then they move to Miami and get in all sorts of trouble. It's a sick movie, and I know a lot of 135. Wow, a lot of people have always said it's a classic, you know, and I know it's never had a Blu-ray. I actually watched it on Prime, and forever. I think when it first came out, it was like for years you could only get like bootleg versions of it, and like it came out in theaters finally in like 2006 or something like that. Some crazy story like that. So it's a Sony movie I saw when they pull the titles up on Prime. I guess they own it, but like there's so many songs in it. I'm guessing that's probably why there's no Blu-ray of it.
Yeah.
And then like I know the bootleg version of it had different music in it, so I'm assuming that that's why there's no Blu-ray for it. But it's a sick movie. I suggest everybody go watch that.
Nice.
And I've also watched The Zone of Interest. I was able to go see that in theaters. Awesome movie. One of the guys that I took with, he didn't like it at all. And it's kind of been a joke, but it's like, how could you not like that? Like,
Right.
it's so good. And so like, I won't even talk to him about it because I'm like, I'm not even going to entertain. Got to go see the Iron Claw in theaters. I've been
Nice.
working my way through the Pioneers of African American Cinema box set some more. I had my letterboxed up here just to see some more. But yeah, I watched the Penitentiary movies finally.
Oh, nice.
I love
Mafanaka, yeah.
Yeah, Welcome Home, Brother Charles and MMA are so great. I love those movies. So I knew I was gonna like Penitentiary. I loved them because it's like wrestling. You know, I'm a wrestling fan, so it was like the scene where Too Sweet and Half Dead are fighting in the prison cell in the first one is like 7 minutes long of just them oiled up wrestling each other. I was like, this is wrestling. And then the next movie they do it again in a shower. They're fighting. It's like insane.
That's perfect.
Yeah. And I guess lastly, I want to say that I watched the Todd Browning box set in January. I watched all those movies and watched all those. I was actually watching these special features with the author, Mr. Skull, talking about it, and then he passed away the next morning. So It was great that I was able to watch all that. I'm happy that he was able to be a part of all the special features and everything because
Yeah.
he's great, and the whole box set was awesome.
Yeah, that box set is great, and obviously it's one that was sought after for years. And Freaks is going to get a lot of attention, but I really hope people that buy the box set really put the time into the Mystic as well.
That was my favorite out of all of them.
That movie is
Yeah,
legendary.
I loved it. I thought it was so cool. I knew that. I mean, obviously, Freaks is the showcase of it,
Yep.
and then The Unknown is a really well received, well known movie, but the Mystic's the one that nobody had seen, and
Yep.
I like any kind of like ghost stuff, or like that kind of stuff. I love that. So like just amazing imagery, and the transfer is awesome looking, super like foggy, all the darkness and everything. It looks awesome. Like we went there in that room, and they've got the sheet
Yep.
going around. Like it was so cool.
I got really lucky this week. Shelf Shock was on Sunday, and I took the entire week off, and I've been able to watch way more than I expected. Either just taking some time to relax, like on Monday and Tuesday, or while doing some other things. When you're editing all these giant files for labels, a lot of times the export can take like 45 minutes. There's nothing else to do because you can't edit anything else. So I'm sitting there, I'm like, put on a movie. Why not?
Yeah.
So the last couple weeks, some big ones for me. I watched Missing from early in 2023, the follow up to what was the first one called? Searching. It's that big, the big gimmick, I guess you can call it, is everything is supposed to be in camera or on a computer screen. Essentially, you're watching the entire movie through like video clips and
I
YouTube
remember
and
that. Yep.
security cameras and Ring doorbell stuff like that, and it was good. I do want to say that very much like the first movie, it kind of falters where they're trying to put too many twists in there, and it's we don't need twist on twist on twist on twist. Just write a good story, and we can all appreciate that. Followed that up with let's see, I went to the theater this week. I went and saw Lisa Frankenstein.
Oh yeah,
freaking rad. That movie is great. All neon tinged 80s flair. Really good story, superbly acted, wonderful writing, some incredible jokes. I loved the like subtle black humor in it, and I really can't wait to see what they do on physical media. I hope it gets a 4K because man, it is colorful as hell.
It's Universal, right?
I think so.
If it is, then it'll get one 6 months after it gets a Blu-ray. So.
Well, it'll get one in the UK on release date, and then 6 months later here. Let's see. After that, I watched the cinematograph release of Red Rock West. Watched that with my wife and my mom. Everybody loved it quite a bit. It's Nick Cage and Dennis Hopper. Like, how do you complain? Those two leading a movie, it's going to be incredible. Love that movie. Then I dug into the Deaf Crocodile release of The Tune, and I gotta say, if you do not have the Deaf Crocodile release of The Tune, I highly recommend it. The fact that they have all the shorts on there, a great commentary, a really good essay from Walt Shaw, and not to mention the stuff from Bill Plimpton is just amazing. His animation is legendary. The story is funny. The music is great, and I cannot believe that it has taken us this long to get something this great from Plimpton. And so I really recommend everybody check it out. Deaf Crocodile continuing to put out legendary releases, and I adore it.
They're the best right now.
I love Deaf Crocodile.
Yeah, they're awesome.
Then finally, I rewatched Adam Sandler's The Wedding Singer, one of the best unconventional romantic comedies ever. Love that movie. I watched it because I just did an episode of Culture Cast, and it was a really great time to talk to Chris. But man, that movie, if you have never seen Wedding Singer, you slept on it. One of the best romantic comedies of all time. Highly recommend. Some of the best chemistry between leads in a movie like this that you could ever possibly imagine. Drew Barrymore and Adam Sandler just click. It's like they were made for each other, and it's great. Love it.
That's awesome. Yeah, I still have never seen The Wedding Singer all the way through. That's like one of those movies that I'd catch on like whatever TNT or WB or something
Yep.
like that. And it's the parts I've seen of it have been funny.
Well, it is one that gets slept on a lot. It's one of
Yeah.
Adam Sandler's films that nobody watches for some reason, and it's just so worth it. And it's got some great jokes, really good music, just a fun movie.
But is it as good as Little Nicky?
It is. I know I'm not a Little Nicky stan. I got to admit.
Like when I was 5 years old when that movie came out, it was my like all time favorite movie.
that checks out for a 5-year-old.
Yes, that was the funniest shit ever. I watched it again like probably like 8 years ago, and I still thought it was great. I liked it.
So,
yes.
I got to admit, Dustin here is commenting, the Pabst joke and Lisa Frankenstein is my favorite dialogue exchange of the year so far. I heard that and was rolling in the theater. By the way, the theater was me and my mom. No one else in the theater but the two of us. And I was like obnoxiously laughing next to her after that joke. And Gage and I talked the night that I watched it, and I had to tell Gage because I heard it and I was like, this is a Gage joke and will incredibly sell you on this movie. So yeah, one of the best dialogue exchanges by far.
Yeah, that made me want to see it for sure.
Man, everybody's talking about Adam Sandler.
Billy Madison was also really funny.
Okay, so that was recent watches, pickups. Anything else that you want to update everybody on before we get into our main part of the show, sir?
Man, I can't think of anything right now. There's probably something other than the fact that I'm drinking this Road Warriors beer
that Gage shared in the Discord. If you ever want to stay on top of that, check out the Patreon. Check out the link in the in the description below. We have a really great time in there, and especially lately, it's been super fun to go through everything with everybody.
I look forward to it every day to like wake up and see what's been talked about. I get mad when I go in there and nothing's been said for like 2 hours. I'm like, what the heck is going on? And then I'll hop in like an hour later and there'll be like 900 messages on everything. Spread it out more.
I always laugh because my wife and I are both in there, of course, and something will be happen or like we'll be discussing something with our oldest kid because he did something wrong like he does sometimes, and we'll be super serious, and we're both in the Discord, so we get notifications, and we'll be silent, and both of our phones will just be blowing up during a whole conversation, and we're like, listen, put those away. All right, I think we should probably start talking about some announcements then, and the first one's not even really an announcement. Just want to give a little bit of a wrap up, considering this last Sunday was Shelf Shock Rewind Awards 2023, and it was a not to toot my own horn at all, but a huge busy time for a lot of people, and it turned out to be a pretty big deal. If you have not watched it yet, it will live on YouTube forever. It was a hell of a lot of fun, and if you are curious, I am about to be releasing some pictures with winners, congratulating everybody. I'm going to try to do a graphic. It's going to be hard because there's 26 categories, but something where you can see all of the winners in one location without, searching through everything just to see who won. I have not figured out a great way to do that yet. So working on that, but I really recommend everybody look at this. And not only because it was something I was involved in, but it seems like everybody from the community was here. We had YouTube channels from around the world, podcasts from around the world, contributors to Blu-rays from literally around the world. We had most of the labels still, reeling and responding to the awards that they got from this. And a lot of people tweeted or posted stuff on the internet, on their other social media, that they were, proud of it and sharing that. And it was such a big deal. If you have not looked at it, please give it a watch. It was wild who it was able to bring together. So I hope everybody enjoyed it.
It was awesome. Thank you for you and Celeste for doing such a special thing. It was amazing. And to see, like you said, to see OCN's like Facebook page be like, Bret Hart won the Shelf Shock Rewind Award. I'm like, let's go. This is very cool that you got so many people to be a part of it with you guys this year. It's awesome.
Yeah, I feel like we were only missing a couple that I would really love to have had. Like Kat Ellinger was sick; she was going to do a video, but she was super under the weather. And then we got to get Second Sight on there. They
Yeah.
supposedly the owner behind Second Sight doesn't do anything publicly, but I
Yeah.
was trying to get the producer, and it just didn't work out in time. But
Well,
gosh,
luckily you had Stephen Billings doing a whole bunch of great videos. The like second and third one, I was dying at work, and I was the nomination video where he's like got all of his box sets set up. But his delivery in it was actually really good. I was impressed with his acting. He was like on the phone with he's like, yeah, I think I haven't watched all of them yet, but I'm gonna get to it. But it's so good. I was like, oh man, he's got it down pat. It was so great.
Steven did really well. Also, shout out to Jeremy who went and got a friend to put
Oh
a
my
full
god, yeah.
makeup on him.
That was good too. That was the first one too, right? That was the first.
It was the second one. Funny
Okay.
enough, we started on a really somber note with Will telling
That's
everybody,
right. Yeah,
this
Will
is in
Johnson
remembrance of
sounded
David
like a
Skull
cry.
dying. Here's to Shelf Shock. And everybody's like, oh, here we
Oh.
go. First award. Thanks,
Yeah.
Will. And then second award comes in and whiplashes everybody into Jeremy and drag.
Looking amazing. It was great.
But it was a good time. You can check it out on my channel or over on the Shelf Shock Rewind YouTube channel. It'll be there forever. We are probably going to do some shorter segments so that if you want to link like a special category and share it with somebody who won, you can definitely do that. Oh, yeah, Laurent was a big favorite too. The vegan Satanist.
Yeah, that was crazy. I was like, what the hell? This guy's going all out. This is awesome.
Yeah, again, I still can't believe we got everybody that we did for this.
Stan Geezy get real. Will really brought me down.
Love it. All right, let's get into the real announcements. And this is hilarious too, because I went from Shelf Shock Rewind immediately into a TerraVision stream 2.5 hours later.
I was unable to watch either one of them live, but I was like, could not wait to wake up Monday morning. It was like Christmas. I was like, I know I have like 6 hours of content to watch it with. But I wanted to watch the I talked about this with you. I wanted to watch this first because I was like, I didn't want to watch the Shelf Shock at work because I wanted to actually like sit down and watch it. I'm glad I did. I went home later that night and put it on the TV and watched it on the TV. But that's crazy that you did that.
Between the Shelf Shock and TerraVision, I went to a Mexican restaurant, bought my wife and I dinner, and then came back and chowed, and then came and hosted a second show. Yeah, that was a dumb night, but hey, here we are.
What time did the Shelf Shock end?
Let's see, it was 3 hours, so just over 3 hours. So I got done here at like 9:15 my time.
Okay,
and then
you're Central.
Yeah, TerraVision stream started at 11 my time. So I had like an hour and a half to drive about 8 or 10 miles into town, get dinner, come back and eat. And so yeah, that was a crazy night.
Yeah, that's crazy. But it was worth it. Thank you again for all that you do is awesome.
Of course.
You make my work week like bearable and like the shit. So
I love that. All right, so TerraVision, they announced 4 titles, so we're going to discuss those and a handful of other things that I definitely want to highlight because it's kind of a big deal for some boutiques. So let's get into it. First is for TerraVision, they're putting out Door 2 Tokyo Diary. This is the 1991 film that was previously released fairly recently by Third Window Films as a Door and Door 2 double feature. Now, TerraVision, we put a whole bunch of special features on this disc. On the first disc, it did not have any special features from Third Window, so we kind of had to go all out on this to make it special. And I feel like we really did. We got a commentary on this with Nina K. Martin and our friend Will Dodson. We got Nina K. Martin because she is the author of a book called Sexy Thriller, Undressing the Erotic Thriller, and she is incredibly knowledgeable. She is an advocate for those films and discussing them in an academic and important way. And so Will Will is in most of the commentary, and then we break in with portions of interview with her where we get her to discuss certain portions about these types of movies, including Door 2 itself. And then there's a visual essay with Ren Skateni, who is also on the first Door disc that TerraVision put out. There's a visual essay by Alexandra Heller-Nicholas on this. And then Will also did something called synthetic art, which we're going to probably keep doing on some of these discs, where he used his his professor cap and broke down Door 2 in terms of its cinematography, its themes, the way that they filmed things using mise-en-scène, and setting it up in a way that you can actually learn why these are filmed this way. And I think it's hilarious to do something like this on a movie like Door 2, because in our visual essay, which is fairly short, it's not even like 10 minutes long, Will is talking about setting up shots in a certain way so it looks personal as these two women on screen are discussing preparing for anal sex. And Will is literally talking about that. And it's so funny to talk about that in an academic fashion, but it's important too to show the merit behind these films.
Yeah.
Door 2, it's a really good movie. I hope people check this out.
I'm so far behind on the TerraVision stuff at the moment. I have to catch up with that. I want to get the Door from them as well, and Door 2.
I'm just hoping that either us or somebody can eventually get Door 3, because that's never had a Blu-ray release at all.
Oh wow, I didn't even know there was a Door 3.
None of them are actually connected. It's just It's a good movie, so
okay.
I just hope we get it. But this whole batch from TerraVision is really good. The next one is Dreamstalker. So this is basically a Nightmare on Elm Street ripoff that was originally put out on DVD by Intervision, the Severin subline that they do, and it's pretty good. This is a pretty damn fun shot on video movie that is rather unique. It's got some really great makeup effects on it. Again, lots of good special features. We got a commentary with Mark Diaz and Brad Henderson on this together. We got an interview with Mark as well, interview with the actor and special effects artist Keith Lack, interview with the producer on this, and then our friends Lance and Erica from Unsung Horrors did a visual essay that I am maybe most proud of, that is from someone's favorite productions, called All Jocks Are Bastards. And it is
hey.
It is perfection.
That's awesome. Yeah, I definitely want to get this too. I know I'm dying over here. There's always a third door, Gage. Yeah, I definitely want to get this. I didn't know that it was an Intervision DVD of it.
Yeah, it was on a double feature DVD with, gosh, I'm not going to remember the other title, but it was pretty good. And thankfully, even though it was shot on video, it does look quite a bit better on Blu-ray. This release is going to look much better. The sound also was kind of messed up on the Intervision release, and it's all fixed now. So I think people are going to be very happy with this release.
Yep. Another one that I was happy that they like kind of stopped there for a second. I was like, okay,
you can breathe.
Now they're just back at it, and I'm like, fuck.
Yeah, I guess I forgot to bring that up here too. This was the first announcements from TerraVision since Black Friday. Yep. And it really is them just doing their part to allow manufacturing to catch up with everything that they're doing. And let me tell you, behind the scenes, nothing slowed down at all. We have been cranking stuff out like crazy. So eager to share that with everybody. Next one up from this month from TerraVision is President's Day. Now, we announced this on Monday on President's Day. This is the whole reason that we had the stream Sunday night going into Monday. This is President's Day from 2010, directed by Chris LaMartina. Again, lots of bonus features on here. Brand new commentary with LaMartina and Jimmy George. There's an archival commentary that we even have a Aurora Borealis Shocktail Hour on here. Bunch of retrospective interviews, blooper reels. But beyond all of that, there's also a bonus film on this called Amerikill from 1999 with Chris LaMartina directing, and that's probably the biggest deal to get this, is you get both of them.
That's really cool. I didn't even realize. I watched that whole stream and I didn't even catch that.
Yeah, this is a big one for a lot of people. One that a lot of people thought would never come out on Blu-ray. So I'm glad it's here.
Was that the guy that they were talking about? He made like 20 movies by the time he was like 20 years old. that
I
joke about?
think so. Yeah, I think he was
Okay.
doing stuff when he was super young, but
Okay.
most people know his name because he's the guy that did WNUF Halloween.
Yes. Yes, that's right.
Silent Mandible said Aurora Borealis. May I see it? It is a special feature with Aurora Borealis.
Mm.
I think you'll enjoy it. And then finally, maybe the biggest announcement from them is they are releasing some films under a new imprint under TerraVision called Graveface Films. So for those that don't know, Ryan Graveface is the gentleman that owns TerraVision, and he is somebody that started with a company called Graveface years and years ago, literally like more than I think he said it was like 17 years, something like that. And he was putting out, old CDRs and stuff like that under the name of Graveface. And now they are finally doing home video. And one of the reasons that they're separating them is because there are a lot of art house films and a lot of films that TerraVision has acquired that don't really make sense with a lot of the other TerraVision movies. So they're going to be putting those out under this line. And this is the first title coming out on Greyface. So it's going to have a brand new spine number. It's got a new logo on it and everything. And each of the Greyface films is going to come with this little half disc Obi strip at the bottom. And when you flip it over, you're going to see all of the information on the bottom part of that with the special features, the synopsis, everything that you'll want. And then each side will have incredible custom art from Chloe, who is Ryan's wife. And I really want to shout out this side of the slipcover because this art is perfect for this
It's
movie.
beautiful. I want that front side art on a t-shirt.
Yeah, it's pretty rad.
Yeah, I would love to have an all black shirt with that just like oversized printed on the front of it. It would be nasty.
So this is a really great movie directed by Junta Yamaguchi, who also did Beyond the Infinite 2 Minutes. And then long time ago, he did Summertime Machine Blues. And this movie is beautiful, and it stays sort of in line with a lot of the stuff that he's done in his movies. This has a making of on it that's 60 minutes long. We have an interview with the director. And then cool thing for everybody in the chat, we have a visual essay that was written by Spaghetti, who is in the chat earlier. Look, there he is. He says, River's great. I'm biased, though. He wrote this, and it's called Everyday Time Travel. That's by Blake Bergman. That's Spaghetti. And then Will Dodson helped him flesh out some of those ideas. So I'm glad that those are all, finally coming on this disc. And I think it's a really great visual essay, actually.
That's awesome. Yeah, I definitely want to get this. And it's crazy that Graveface has their. I mean, I live in Jacksonville, so I'm not far from Savannah. So I've been going to Graveface for a long time. And
nice.
I would buy records there. I always joke about I need to wear my Graveface shirt on here, but I don't think I could fit in it anymore. Back when I wore mediums, but I don't think that would work anymore. But yeah, they were always like the coolest store ever. And so when TerraVision became like a thing, like I kept telling my friends, I was like, yo, you know that place Graveface, a record store, they do movies now, blah blah blah. And like now they actually do movie, like there's a Graveface label now. Like it's so cool.
Silent Mandible says, anyone know how this stacks up against the third window release? It is the same transfer. It's the same restoration of the film. The only difference, and we have all the same special features on this release here. The only difference is we have just a little bit more. So I think this will be a great alternative for those in Region A. If you just didn't pick up the third window release, this is a really great version of it. Highly recommend checking it out.
And I've never heard anything bad about any transfers from TerraVision. Like I've never heard anything like the bit rate on this is slower. There's macro, but I've never heard any complaints about TerraVision stuff before.
Nope, not a single bad thing. But I think maybe the most important thing to point out about this is a lot of people have looked at TerraVision as that SOV label, and that's all they think that TerraVision puts out. Yeah. This is immediately, I believe, the highest rated film in the TerraVision catalog by a long shot. Nice. This movie is getting massive rave reviews from pretty much everybody that watches it. And not just because I help with the visual essay, but this movie is beautiful to look at, really well acted, and like heartwarming, but also has like some genre sci-fi tinges within that. It's pretty dang great. I hope people check that out and appreciate it.
I rarely watch trailers for anything, and I actually put the trailer on for this, and I got about halfway through it, and I stopped. I was like, yep, I'm sold on it. This is fire. It looks
Yeah,
awesome. I love the
it's
way that
pretty
it's
great.
shot. It looks so cool. Yeah, I'm really excited to get this disc.
Let me make sure there's nothing else. Okay, so there's a couple other things. So with TerraVision and Greyface, they did announce a couple other things. The first is the bad news, and that is they announced a little bit of a price hike. Their single Blu-rays are going to be priced now at $26.99. That's up from $24.99, so it went up $2. And the 4K titles will be priced at $32.99. Honestly, still cheaper than most of the other boutiques at the standard prices. But you're going to be able to get these cheaper if you subscribe. You're going to be able to get these cheaper if you bundle. I understand that the price hike going up sucks, but prices on everything has gone up. So I understand companies needing to do it. And TerraVision held on a lot longer than other companies have.
Yeah, and I'll say one of my favorite memes of all time is, "Fuck no, I don't look at gas prices. What am I gonna do? Not get gas?" And that's how I feel about these movies. It's just like, all right, whatever. What am I gonna not get it?
That's funny.
Because it's $2 more. Like, nope, I'm a sucker. I'm gonna keep buying them.
Well, even then, that's only if you're buying an individual title at full price. So the
That's the
next
thing.
thing,
None of us, we rarely do that, right? We rarely buy the single title full price. We wait for
Yep.
sales a lot, and then like if you're buying like 3 or 4 at a time to try to hit like a threshold of like $100-ish or something to do a PayPal pay in for that,
right?
or a $200 mark, it's like it's not that different.
The other thing that they did to counter this is they're going to be doing bundles, so you can get a bundle of the either the 3 TerraVision titles that were announced or all 4, including River, and those are going to be cheap, much less than the $26.99. So if you want just the 3 TerraVision titles, you can get that for $69, which drops it down to 23 a piece,
That's
or you can
great.
get all 4 for 92, which is again still 23 a piece.
Amazing. Yeah,
That's great.
that's great. And Anthony, here the price hike. It's because of you, Spaghetti.
Love that.
I mean, listen, you start working with TerraVision, Spaghetti starts working with TerraVision, and all of a sudden they get more expensive.
I mean, it's a good point, Spaghetti.
I mean,
the other thing is with the Graveface imprint, they announced that they're going to be able to make a new club. So if you wanted to sign up for a subscription from Graveface, you can do that. They only have the 10 title subscription right now, since they're only planning on doing around 10 titles this first year.
yeah.
And the cool thing though is if you're already a sub for TerraVision, you can opt in to having the Graveface titles take up a slot on your TerraVision subscription. So you don't have to get any more. You can just jump in and be able to get one at a time, pick and choose what you like, but it gives you the option. And I don't think there are any other labels that do that specifically.
No, to be like so a la carte about it is pretty cool.
Right.
Yeah.
And then the next thing on this is that they announced part of their Greyface Films line later this year is going to be a 4K UHD of Big Top Pee-wee, which is huge news.
That's amazing. I couldn't believe it. And then I realized that the name of that movie was Big Top, and I was like, hell yeah. But I was like, damn, that's sick. That's like a huge stuff. And he says they signed a deal with Paramount. So
yep,
we know that there's more Paramount stuff coming, which, like, think about where we all were 2 years ago when we're like, Paramount, please release anything. And like now we're getting TerraVision Paramount titles. Like, let's go.
And not only is it confirmed that there are more Paramount on the way, I'm working on some of those right now, and some of the titles that TerraVision is able to get is kind of surprising as hell. And I will just say this whole Graveface line being able to be separate from TerraVision is going to be a big deal to get people to get eyes on this label that never would have got eyes on this before.
Yeah, that's awesome. I'll be pre-ordering Big Top too. I love Pee-wee. When he passed away, that I always wanted to get. There's a they did a figurine lineup for I think it's Super 7, like the little guys.
Yeah.
Of like the all the characters from Pee-wee's Playhouse, and there's a cherry little figurine, and I want it for my shelf so bad. And when he passed away, they went up in price a little bit, and I was like, I'm gonna wait for that to go down a little bit. I'm gonna get one of those for the DVD shelf.
Nice. And then finally, I didn't include it in this post on Instagram, but I really wanted to highlight something that is super, super exciting for TerraVision, and that's that they got approval to sell a release in Walmart's physical stores. It is really nigh impossible for many of these boutique labels to get distribution through Walmart, and freaking TerraVision is going to be selling Malum in stores as of March 12th. You can pick that up at most Walmart. Like, I think there are over 2,000 Walmarts that are going to be selling it. It is going to be a special version for Walmart where it's only Blu-ray. That way they can sell it at a little discounted rate compared to the 4K on the TerraVision site. But it will have its own little slipcover that is different from the TerraVision site. But TerraVision is going to be branded and carried in Walmart stores physically, which is kind of insane. Like, for TerraVision to step in and do that when they have not even been a home video label for like 3 years, that is wild.
Yeah, that's so freaking cool that they're able to do that. And I think that, like, if we're seeing that TerraVision's able to do this, like, I wonder if we start seeing this with more places, because Best Buy closing maybe causes a cascade effect where maybe, I've been seeing more Kinos at Barnes & Noble than usual. And, like, it's usually just, like, whatever the new 4K of, like, Night of the Hunter,
Right.
or, like, stuff like that. But, like, used to not see hardly any Kinos at Barnes & Noble. And I wonder if you start seeing more and more of these companies getting into physical stores. This is really cool. And for TerraVision to be, like, really the first one is, like, nuts.
The hard part is Walmart will not carry many titles, so
Yeah.
I'm very eager to see what they will carry, because other boutiques absolutely should be doing this. Like, there are many Shout Factory titles that make sense to be carried in Walmart that will sell well because they're nostalgic titles. People will see them and hop on it undoubtedly.
Which I wanted to say when I saw this, I haven't bought a Blu-ray or a movie from Walmart in a very long time, because I remember with my mom, because luckily, like, my parents were, like, the coolest fucking parents and, like, didn't care.
Right.
We went to Walmart to buy some rap album, and we got it, and it was censored, and my parents were like, "What?" Like, it was not it wasn't the parental advisory version, and we're like, "What the heck?" So, like, ever since then, I've just had this, like, I'm scared to get anything from Walmart, because I'm like, man, I'm worried it's going to be, even though I know that that's not true. I'm just like, selling out to the man.
Ragnar, I got to ask about this comment. You say selling out to the man.
Amazon?
TerraVision is not, they're not, changing anything they're doing. They're selling the same title that they already released to more people. How is that selling out to the man? They're doing what they need to survive as a company, and literally go out there and get more people to buy their title. What is selling out about that? I don't understand.
Walmart's the little guy now. Yeah, it's not selling out. It's cashing in.
I mean, literally selling out would be putting out a different title to sell it in Walmarts. Like, if they started putting out some random ass Paramount like kids movie to be able to sell it in Walmart, that's selling out. They didn't start selling Malum to sell it in Walmart. They got that deal ages ago. I do not understand it. That's an awful feeling about that sort of release. Anyways, let's go to the next announcement. Away from TerraVision, finally. April 16th on Blu-ray from Goldwyn Films is Taxi from 1998. This is not the Jimmy Fallon Taxi. This is a French Taxi, and one that seemed to be a lot of people excited to get this one when I started posting this announcement. This one even has Marion Cotillard in this, and it was written by Luc Besson. So wow. I'm sure quite a few people will enjoy this.
And that's from Goldwyn Films.
Goldwyn Films, yeah. I did not expect to see that name, but we have another one that we're going to be talking about from them as well.
Oh, wow. Yeah, no, I saw this artwork on here. I didn't see that it was from, or I saw you post about this, and I didn't really read anything. I didn't see the Goldwyn Films thing. It's pretty cool.
So Goldwyn Films, I looked this up when I posted it. It was I don't remember who they're an offshoot of now, unfortunately. But yeah, this is supposed to be a pretty decent movie.
Yeah, that looks awesome.
Next up, March 19th on Blu-ray from Sony Pictures as part of the Sony Pictures Classics line, Shadow Magic. This is from 2000. I have not seen this one. Have you seen this one? This seems like a Gage type of film,
Yeah,
actually.
no, I haven't. But when I saw the name of it, Shadows Magic, I was like, that's like we were talking about with Mystic earlier, like Shadows, Mystic, magic, all that, like
Yeah.
that kind of. I was like, oh heck yeah! And then I read about it a little bit, and I was like, oh yeah, I'm definitely gonna get this.
Yeah, this one
I'd never
sounds
even
great.
heard of this before.
Yeah, I not heard of it either, but it must have done pretty well for Sony to get a random ass Blu-ray release in 2024.
Yeah, I know, and it's from 2000, right?
Yes, 2000.
Okay, yeah, that looks awesome. I'm definitely gonna get that. Yeah, that the cover, that was what got me when I first saw it. I was like, Sony, what are you doing here, bud? But then I thought about it and I was like, 2000, like, I don't know, this looks like a very 2000 cover, so maybe it fits with it.
In 2000, they definitely relied on the laurels from the film festivals a lot back then.
Yeah.
Next title. This is the other Golden Films.
Ooh.
This is March 5th on Blu-ray. We're getting Blueberry, which was also called Renegade. This is from 2004 with a wild cast.
Yeah, that
Vincent Cassel, Juliette Lewis, Michael Madsen, and Ernest Borgnine.
Oh, what? Mermaid Man?
It says in 1870, after a brutal run-in with an outlaw in a brothel, Mike Blueberry becomes marshal in Arizona, where he keeps the peace between whites and Apaches, but an influx of gold hunters threatens to lead to violence.
This sounds awesome. And it's from 04, so like all these people are like, still,
Prime.
yeah, but still, exactly. Like these are all still pretty big stars at that point, I'm guessing, like, but yeah, that sounds, I can't believe I've never heard. This sounds like one of those movies that like would be on Encore at that time.
Yeah.
Time period. And like, I can't believe I've never seen it.
For sure.
Although this poster art for it right here makes it look like it's from like 2018.
Yeah. It's a pretty outdated poster.
Yeah.
Interesting setup with the whole, what they're trying to look like a rib cage in the middle, but it's definitely not a rib cage. Anyways, next up was a big deal. May 14th, Paramount, as part of the Paramount's Presents line, they're releasing a 4K release of Once Upon a Time in the West. This is the Sergio Leone film. This was starring Charles Bronson, Henry Fonda, Claudia Cardinale, and Jason Robards. And of course, the way Paramount announces things, there was no information about special features, but thankfully, we did get word that Reverend Entertainment did make brand new special features for this release, so it will have new special features.
Yeah, that's huge because usually these types of titles don't get anything new.
Yeah, and unfortunately,
I know. Paramount is scary as fuck.
Well, and on top of that, it was restored by the Italian, Rich Rivada or whatever it's called, that always does a yellow tint on their films.
Yep, the yellow and blue.
Now,
yellow teal, yeah.
Thankfully, it appears from the screenshots that it is mostly intact correctly. So hopefully, this is great.
So the Paramount titles, I see the caps of everything, and I read people talking about it on forums and stuff like that. And I've stayed away from a lot of these Paramount Presents lines because either their Blu-rays I know will get 4K upgrades, or the 4Ks are messed up in some kind of way. And maybe they should calibrate their monitors. And when I heard that, like, companies like Criterion and Vinegar Syndrome and stuff like that are starting to get more Paramount titles, I was like, man, I know that Vinegar Syndrome like isn't gonna, like, the what was the Man Who Shot Liberty Valance.
Yep.
Like, I know that people hated that it was like super DNR'd, smoothed over and ever. I was like, I know that Vinegar Syndrome would know that their fans would hate that and like probably say no to it. Like, I remember I think in the booklet for Ebola syndrome they talk about that. That they got it from China and it was just like completely smooth, and they're like, please just give us the raw scan. Like,
right.
So I'm like, I haven't heard anything bad about Little Darlings yet, which that's Paramount, right?
It is, yeah.
Yeah, so I haven't heard anything bad about that. So I'm like, maybe it's just Paramount when they do these titles themselves, they mess them up. So when I see that, I'm scared. But the thing with the yellow tint from the Italian company here, forgive me for not even trying to say it, but yeah, like the yellow tint, man, like I'm more forgiving on that than I am like if it's like DNR'd to hell, like
Yeah.
which like I mean that term, everybody says that and doesn't really know what it means because everything uses DNR, they use DNR and everything, but like
Right.
we what we're saying when we're saying like this bizarre smooth
Smoothing.
waxy look that we get, like we hate that. So at least with that company, we don't really get that as much. And I'm working on a film now that was already restored. Yeah, so we asked for the yes, exactly. That's why Deaf Crocodile's the fucking best, dude. They're like they know what's up. And I don't know. Yeah, the yellowing. I'm hoping that doesn't happen. Like, you're familiar with the 4Ks of the 3 colors?
Yep.
So like I saw a meme that was like this box set should be called one color yellow. That's good. But when you look I want to see them in motion. I do agree that they're definitely like egregiously colored
Right.
yellow. But like relative to what those Blu-rays looked like it does look so much fucking better.
Right.
Like it doesn't, like you look at the other ones now and they look so video-y, So I don't know. I have faith in this Paramount. Don't fuck
I
it up.
oddly do as well. Brendan is asking what does DNR stands for. It stands for digital noise reduction, and it's used to refer to when basically there's film grain removed from the restorations that we're getting on these discs, and it's really egregious in things like the upcoming 4K release of True Lies. They take it and not just remove the film grain, but they do it in a way that makes everything look like a freaking mannequin. It takes the actual definition out of it and removes full blown instead of just noise, but it removes the definition from the film itself. And inherently, film is supposed to have grain. That's what makes it film. And to remove that, you're literally taking away the data from what we were able to pull out of that film. And so these restoration places that do that, it is just egregiously overused on some of these titles, and I'm glad that we're seeing pushback on all of this. But the biggest thing to say is that this movie, it looks like it doesn't have that much of it, and we're finding that a lot of the releases that we're getting from boutiques are mostly not DNR heavy, so we can keep praising that.
Awesome stuff, man.
Sam says, popping in to say, hey, can't wait for the podcast version of my last double for hopefully a few weeks. Yikes. Well, good luck listening to it later, Sam.
Yeah, that's always my Friday morning at work is listening to this. I can never catch it live, so Friday morning I'm always right when I wake up.
Yeah. It's almost like they put a damn Instagram filter on the whole movie.
Yeah,
literally, that's kind of what some of them do.
That's exactly how I explain it to my friends that don't know. I'm like, it's like basically like those like filters that make it look like a painting. Basically, It kind of gives it that look. It's more subtle, It's not like a crazy thing, but like if you're watching Blu-rays all day, like we are, we notice it pretty quickly, and it's
especially if you're watching films prior to 1996.
Yes, exactly.
Next up is probably the biggest news of the week, and that is that Disney has shuttered the Disney Movie Club, and its last day to be able to put in orders is going to be May 20th of this year, and they gave a few more answers to some questions that they were going to get. So as of February 20th, the minimum purchase commitment for everybody that was a member has been deemed as satisfied. So if you had 2 or 3 more titles that you had to buy to fulfill your commitment, you're done. You don't need to worry about that, which is pretty cool. All accounts through the Disney Movie Club will be closed on July 20th. And then the last featured title that you'll have to decline will be on April 16th. And even though it's closing down its U.S. operations, you'll still be able to purchase Disney Blu-rays and DVDs from retail providers throughout the U.S. still. And then as the day progressed, we got what happened to be the bigger news from this, and that is Digital Bits. Bill Hunt over there, he reported that Disney and Sony have just inked a major deal for Sony Pictures Home Entertainment to take over all, underline the word all, of Disney's physical media production going forward. So this means that Sony will handle and oversee the actual authoring and compression of discs. They'll work with the replicators and packaging vendors, and that they'll oversee the titles as they go out to distributors and on to the retailers. So one thing that we need to be optimistic about first is that Sony is the best in the studio game at doing
They're
discs.
the shit. They kill it.
Easy way. They're just to point out, they're the best at compression. They're the best at giving their titles room to breathe. They have the highest quality 4K releases. They are generally amazing. Now, we also got some details through this, is that the agreement here is that Sony will put out both brand new titles from Disney and catalog titles. Now, we don't know if that means we're going to get new pressings or if just things that are currently in print will continue to be through Sony. But I don't know. Something about this has me actually optimistic. And what's funny is the way that they explained it is the physical media portion of Disney was so ruined by middle management that nobody could make decisions. They literally had to bring in teams to decide the easiest shit, like what bonus features to put on a disc, or to include bonus features, or what size disc to replicate, or to do whatever. And it had to go all the way up the chain, and it cost them a shit ton of money. So them giving this up to Sony will save them money in the long run and could potentially prove to them that their physical media could be profitable for them, which could be a great thing for all of us.
I know. I know most of us saw this. First of all, we probably all saw. I think I saw someone in the Patreon say they almost shit their pants when they saw it's time to say goodbye. It's like, hold on, what's happening here? Disney's ending with it. I mean, it is definitely like, whoa. Oh, it's a Disney movie club. But we definitely all probably saw this and thought this is actually probably a really good thing that this is happening. So this is probably a really great thing because, like you said, Sony does. I mean, they own the format of Blu-ray and 4K, so that's most likely why Disney did that. You know,
well, and for those that don't know, whenever you release a movie on Blu-ray or 4K, you have to pay a license fee to Sony.
Yep.
And now Disney and Sony don't have to do that.
Yep. That's exactly why they did it. You know, and
Disney has baked that into this contract, and now they're going to be saving money altogether.
And just imagine if we start getting Fox box sets, like those Columbia box sets. Oh my god! Like the first one will sell out instantly, or a Disney one even. You know what I mean? Like if we start getting like the, like 50s and 60s like live action Disney movies, like that would be insane. So I mean, that's just all wishful thinking on our end. We're like, hopefully something happens with this, but we talked about it might be a light news week when we stopped talking about this podcast today, and it wound up being like a pretty major one because this is like pretty monumental shifting of the landscape here in the physical media scene. And I saw I hate to shout out another podcast on here, but have you ever heard of the Extras podcast that George Feltenstein gets on a lot to talk about the war? I just saw like legit as I was getting on our podcast tonight, the Extras podcast posted a news. I didn't see what website posted it, but apparently Barnes and Noble is maybe expanding and adding like a Disney section to store.
They announced this today that they're going to be there's going to be a small section dedicated to Disney physical media at Barnes and Noble stores in the very near future. That
is so fucking cool. You like shrink those puzzle sections down in the media section. My Barnes and Noble like media section is like 80% Funko Pops and puzzles.
Right.
And then there's like a little Criterion shelf and then DVDs. So if we get a Disney section in there, hell yeah.
Well, and the other part of this, like, okay, so first to temper expectations, I'm not saying any of that is going to happen. It's just that this actually makes it possible to happen.
Yes.
And then the other side of it is if Disney sees that this is profitable, that could mean releases for stuff that we've wanted for years that we've never gotten. It could mean Fox releases that we were, doomed about getting because Disney was not releasing any Fox, and now suddenly they could. This could mean a lot of things. It could also literally mean nothing. It could mean that they just continue as they have been.
Yep. And I'm sorry.
No, go right ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say, I remember Indicator saying in podcast recently. I can't remember if it was on the Chasing Labels or with you, maybe. I can't remember that. The indicator guys were saying that they may have signed their last deal with Sony because Sony was not playing like ball with them anymore. They're like, I don't know how many more catalog titles we'll be able to get from Sony. And I wonder if like Sony is going to try to like start doing more stuff on their own, like putting out more stuff. I don't know. I don't think that didn't mean anything for sure. I don't think that meant for sure Indicator wasn't going to do any more Sony stuff.
Right.
Because I know that, at first Sony was allowing them to do region-free disc, and then they stopped letting them do region-free disc, and now it seems like maybe they're not going to do much more with them. Like, is Sony going to try to go crazy and do more stuff? Because it seems like Sony's like we saw the pre-code title that they announced that they're putting out. And they're putting out the Shadows and Magic stuff. It seems like they're starting to put out like more and more little things that you would never think get put out on disc.
Yeah, it's shocking what Sony's doing, and I think if anybody could get some of the magic done that we're hoping for, it could be Sony here. I mean, the fact that they can leverage saving millions of dollars to be able to put this out and have them make money, that alone should be a big like ace up their sleeve to get some of this out there. If you've never paid attention to the Disney Movie Club, or if you're current member and you haven't looked at it in a long time, the Disney Movie Club exclusives are all down, just about all of them, to $10. Some of the bigger animated things are still stuck at like $15, but they're all on sale, and they're selling out. So it is not they are not made to order. They have their current stock, and if something sells out because of this, it's likely not coming back. So I know many people who have put in orders. I got stuff coming for a couple friends.
I was about to say, if anybody has a Disney Movie Club in here with Venmo, let me know, because I'm going to have to send you $10-15 to get me something. I need that Rocket Man Blu-ray.
That's what I bought for Anthony.
That was like my favorite movie of all. And I was talking about it with a friend the other day, actually, when we were talking about this thing closing down, and he said Rocket Man as a joke. And I was like, oh, that's actually funny. It was only through Disney Movie Club. And he's like, I actually just watched a video about it last night. I already knew that. And I was like, oh, that's so fire.
Tony from Basement Blue says a lot of the exclusives or have sold out. Glad he got them all as they released. Thankfully.
It's all good. Sony's definitely going to put Rocket Man back out in 4K eventually. Anyways. 4K. Obviously. Yeah.
That's a guarantee. No, obviously, it's not a guarantee that any of these exclusives will ever come back. But the reality is, many of these that are exclusives, they potentially could see a wide release eventually. It was just while it was the Disney Movie Club, it was an exclusive. That doesn't mean that it's going to be an exclusive forever.
You know what I would do if Sony needs to hire me, okay? And they need to look. The first thing I would do would make Gage has great. Thank you, I appreciate that, Anthony. He asked me how the Royal Rumble was, so I assume he's a wrestling mark too. So
he is.
He definitely has great taste. But if I was a Sony, I would make a very nice limited edition slip-covered package of Halloween Town and Halloween Town 2.
Heck yeah.
On Blu-ray. Need those. Those never made the jump to Blu-ray. They're still on DVD land.
I love that everybody is naming things that they'd love to see on 4K or good Blu-ray releases. Yes. Let's just hope that we get something like this going on. I was talking to Sibner, who's in the chat right now, about an idea to push some studios into releasing some of these things. So we'll see. We might try one of these things moving forward. I got some ideas that we might try to institute across the physical media community. But this is such a big deal that we can't even understand what it is until we see how it carries out. So. Yeah. I kind of want to push back on all of the hot take, YouTuber videos that we got the other day saying this is what is going to happen, or this is good news or bad news because of X. They all, none of us know. We can't see what's coming in the future.
We have no clue.
No clue at all.
Have a hot take though. That's the fucking world we live in, unfortunately. But Brendan Timmons here. I need an Under Wraps Blue. Holy shit, that still is my favorite. And I try to watch it every year. Are you familiar with that one?
I think I saw it when it originally aired. God, what year was that?
Like 97, I think.
Yeah, I think that's probably the last time I saw it.
I believe it's like one of the first Disney Channel movie
Yeah.
originals, and it also is like one of the only Disney Channel movies with a licensed music in it. It's got the all by
Yep.
myself. Yeah, it's so good. Yeah, and the mummy's like voiced by the guy that voices Patrick from SpongeBob. That's amazing. Yeah,
I
so it
can't
just sounds
imagine
like
how much
Patrick.
money they would be swimming in if they started putting out decom Blu-ray box sets.
Oh my god.
That would be insanity for them.
Insane. That's what I'm saying. I was like, dude, Halloween Town 2 box set limited to 25,000 units would sell out in 2 days.
I want to see them try to put out a 4K of Smart House with all of that
Oh
the awful
yeah.
the awful graphics that they use. It would not look good in 4K at all.
The Xenon movies, I need those too. Those are a box set of that. Could you imagine like a holographic, like metallic box set? Oh my lord.
Absolutely.
We need the VSD line for VSDCM line.
VS Decom. There we go.
Yeah.
Yeah. So all that to say, we don't know what's coming. We know that there's a lot changing, and we will find out eventually. All right, moving to the next thing. Mean Girls from 2024, from this year. The musical version is getting a 4K release on April 30th. You can pre-order this now on 4K or Blu-ray. I saw this in theaters, and I still say it's pretty good, especially if you like the original. It's just an updated version with some good music.
That's awesome. Yeah, I still have never seen the original Mean Girls. That's like one of my biggest omissions because it's like my childhood too. I think it
Right.
came out like 04 or whatever, so I was like
Yep.
9 years old. Like I should have seen it. It's insane that I haven't seen it.
Yeah, it
It's like up
was.
there with Lord of the Rings for me.
Jeez. Yeah. Next one, Decal with Bleecker Street Films are releasing One Life from 2023. This is an Anthony Hopkins film, also starring Helena Bonham Carter, which I feel like I don't see her in a whole lot anymore. But this has a couple featurettes, some behind the scenes, and you can pre-order this on Amazon now. And it sounds like it's pretty good. Although I got to admit, I don't think I heard anything about this last year.
Nope, I only heard of it when I saw you post it today, right?
This was when did I post this? Yesterday, I think.
Yesterday. Okay, yeah, I saw that. That's the first time I heard of it too. I looked it up afterwards.
Anthony Hopkins, though, I mean, this is probably Photoshop beyond belief, but looking pretty good for how old he is.
That's what I'm saying. I was like, he looked better than that cover they had for the father. Was it called?
Oh yes,
he was like dying in a chair. I'm like, this is way better photo. It looks way better.
Yep, absolutely does.
I also want to say real quick, this cover is amazing too. That second run cover.
I agree.
I was like, man, this looks kind of weird. The cover for this, and I looked at the movie, and I was like, no, this matches the movie very well. But I think it was Stan Geezy up here with the Love Bug and Herbie Rides Again. I just wanted to add that last time I went to Disney World, I stayed at the Love Bug hotel.
Nice.
My girlfriend and I went there when 2021 or 22, either our first or second anniversary. We went and stayed at the Love Bug Hotel.
Nice. That cover that he was just talking about is this movie called Happy End. This is coming on March 25th on Blu-ray from Second Run DVD in the UK. And I got to admit, the people I trust say this movie is amazing, and I cannot wait to see this. This says it is a one-of-a-kind Czech black comedy that employs an ingenious twist, telling the life story of a philanderer and condemned murderer entirely in reverse, from his birth at the guillotine to his departure as an infant. Starring the great Vladimir Menšik in a rare leading role, the film is wildly inventive and disarmingly hilarious. This is a brand new 4K restoration of the movie done by the Czech National Film Archive. There is a projection booth audio commentary with Mike White, Kat Ellinger, and Ben Buckingham, which is supposedly great. Mike and Kat have been talking about that all this week. There's also a video essay on this by Cerise Howard, who is a film critic and program director, and it is region free for anybody asking. I think most second run DVD things are.
Yeah, I went and looked this up on IMDb, and that they had some good amount of screenshots on there for it, and I was like, man, this looks freaking awesome.
Yeah,
it has a high score on there too. It's like a 7.9 or something like that, which a lot of these Czech films usually do have high scores like that, but that was like very high for IMDb.
Yeah, the Czech titles that Second Run gets are always like really great.
Yeah.
Strongly recommend checking out the Second Run stuff if you've never looked at them. Yeah, good company. Simner says this cover looks like a CD-ROM game from 1996.
That's what I'm saying. When I saw it, I
You're
was
not
like,
wrong.
I saw it and I was like, oh, they must be releasing like a new movie. And then I saw 1967. I was like, that doesn't look like 1967. But then I went through IMDb and scrolled through the screenshots and I was like, oh, it kind of does look like this. It's weird.
Nice. Next title, April 23rd on 4K. There is a steelbook coming of Justice League Crisis on Infinite Earths Part 2. This is the animated DC film. You can get this pre-ordered on Groove right now. Not much else to say about this. Are you into any of the DC animated films?
No, I'm unfamiliar with a lot of the superhero stuff. I do want to get some of these Batman 4K of the animated stuff. I know they just did they did the Mask of the Phantasm on 4K?
Yeah, Mask of the Phantasm
Yeah,
4K.
I would like to get that, and then also like some of the newer stuff too. Like I think they did like the Long Halloween or whatever.
Yep.
I would like to get that 4K and the Killing Joke 4K and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd if they're like connected to other movies or anything like that, I have no idea. But I do want to get all those just because those look like my style of movie.
Most of them are standalone stories that can
Gotcha.
fit in with other things that you've seen prior.
Okay. I mean, I'm familiar enough with Batman, so
Right.
like I feel like I could watch any of them and enjoy them. But like if they like are part of series or something, I would be lost.
Right. Totally get that.
Did they do one for the 4K for the Gotham by Gaslight or whatever?
Yes, they did.
I would like that too, and I want them to make a Gotham by Gaslight video game. Would be insane.
That would be pretty sick.
That would be awesome.
Next title is coming on Blu-ray from Refuse Films over in the UK, and this is Eating Miss Campbell. This is a trauma film from 2022 with some funny reviews. Actually, it looks like a lot of people love it. This says a vegan goth high school student falls in love with her new English teacher and develops a problematic taste for human flesh. All of these that you buy from Refuse are going to be signed and individually numbered by the director, Liam Reagan. This is going to be available at Diabolic DVD and Orbit and a few others. They've only put out this and I think one other film early last year. And this is supposed to be pretty great. So far, it's got some decent reviews. And yeah, Jesse did confirm he's got some on the way to Diabolic. So if you want it, keep an eye out on them probably in the next week and a half or so.
That's cool. And can you say the name of the label that put this out again?
Refuse Films.
They did a different one, right?
They did. Let me see if I can get the title up because they've literally only ever done one other title, and it's the same director, Liam Reagan. I think it was his own film again.
Okay, I think I remember when you announced that last time.
Yeah, it was a long time ago. It was like early last year.
Okay. And then I also see Eric here said they started to make a Gotham by Gaslight game and it never got finished, but you can see the test footage on YouTube. I have to look that up.
That would be rad.
That sounds awesome. Hey, Eric, let me know in the chat if that was what was that on like a PS3, Xbox 360 generation, or like is that like 2 years ago? When was that?
That would have been in the last couple of years for sure.
Oh, is it that recent of a
It had to have been, I think. Okay. The other title that they did last year was My Bloody Banjo.
I remember that. And I remember you talking about this being like this guy's film and like his stuff and all that. So yep. Yeah, I remember that.
Yes, agreed with Reggie, was going to call this out after the announcements, but want to shout out Mark from Orbit DVD who had surgery over this last week. He had a little bit of cancerous portion of one of his organs removed, and he is cancer-free and fine and on the mend and doing very well.
That is awesome to hear, man. I hope he's doing well.
Yeah.
Because he's the man. I love seeing him talk.
Mark is great.
Yeah, he is awesome.
Yes, Gotham by Gaslight did come out in the 90s, but I believe the move forward of the video game stuff was just in the last couple of years.
Okay, cool.
Next up is the big one. A lot of
Oh,
people have been asking about this because it leaked like 2.5 weeks ago. May 7th, Paramount is releasing The Crow on 4K in a steelbook and a standard release. We don't have any, details on features yet, but I'm hoping this gets a good looking release. This is the 30th anniversary after all, and I'm very eager to see what they did for this. We're going to be talking about The Crow at the very end of this again, but either way, this looks pretty damn good.
hell yeah. I think I saw it because there was another. Thank you.
Oh, dang. I was way off. Thanks, Eric.
360 PS3 game. Wow.
10
that
years
era
ago.
of gaming too was awesome. So I'm sure that would have been an amazing game. Good thing it never came out, and we never get to play fun games. I'm so over it. Video games. I always joke with my friends, like when it comes to movie stuff, like they
Right.
hate me because I don't talk shit about movies, or I don't hate any movie or anything like that, or like I don't even like. But with video games, I'm so jaded and mad. I'm just like, man, video games suck. There's like just never good game. Like it's like, man, I've had to wait. Like we're finally getting a new college football video game after 10 years. Like in the past 10 years, I've got no Grand Theft Auto games. Got no Elder Scroll games. We got one Fallout game. It's like, what the heck? But the Crow, I think you said we're going to talk about it at the end. There's another edition of it coming out, right? Because I remember seeing a different cover.
There is a Walmart exclusive steelbook coming as well, which I can understand liking both of them. The Walmart one is a little more classic Crow style. This one seems to be a little more reverent about Brandon Lee, which is cool that they're doing that for him. Yeah, we'll see.
I dig The Crow. I would like to get this. It's been about 10 years since I've seen The Crow, so I would like to own that again.
Yeah, obviously the 90s was hit hard by The Crow. This was everywhere. The soundtrack's amazing, of course. I just hope that this 4K restoration looks good. And we've already talked about Paramount, so I won't shit on them too much, but it seems like over the last, 18 months, they're almost exactly 50-50 for great restorations and awful restorations.
Yep, I agree. And it seems like these like movies like this, like the 30th anniversary, like stuff like this seems to be okay.
Yeah.
The stuff that gets fucked up is like the stuff like the Sergio Leone movie. Like that's the one that's going to get fucked up. Like this one's going to be fine though. It's going to be great.
Well, I'm glad that you are excited about and optimistic. Let's go to the next one. Lots of Kino stuff. Now we're going to go through like 6 Kino in a row. First one, Pursued from 1947 is coming from Kino soon. Eventually, 2022 HD master from a 4K scan of the OCN and some other 35 millimeter elements. It's Robert Mitchum. I mean, I want to see this.
Yeah, no, for sure. I voted for Kino, I believe, to be for the label of the year, by the way, just because their output's awesome. And I do want to say someone in here earlier, it may have been Josephine DeMarco, it may have been someone else though, I can't remember, said that they were watching the Jewish Soul box set that they did. Do you remember that from a few years ago? All the Yiddish films that they made. Yep. That I really want to get that box set as well. But yes, this movie looks really cool, and I heard Steven and Andrew talking about this movie, and it was like really made me interested in it.
Yep, can't wait to check this one out. The next one from them is The Proud and the Profane from 1956. Again, this is a 4K scan of the 35 millimeter OCN. This one's got William Holden in it. We got Deborah Kerr. This is a pretty big one too. I mean, Kino again, just putting out so many random ass old school classic catalog titles. It's crazy to see what they keep getting.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's like crazy that they keep just like I'd never even heard of this or that Robert Mitchum movie.
Right.
Which is like just awesome that we're still getting stuff like this.
Ronnie says that was me talking about the Kino Yiddish cinema set. Highly recommended.
Yes, I actually bought it for one of my friends for Christmas, the year that it came out, and I wanted to buy myself a copy when I got his, but I just couldn't afford it at the time because it was like brand new, so it was still like $50 or whatever.
Right.
But it's gone on sale for like $29.99 a few times, and I always kick myself for not getting it.
Yeah, I need to pick that up as well. Highly recommend checking out. I mean, anything for Yiddish cinema, for any of these, foreign focused things, especially right now, as there's, all this talk in the media about things from Israel and Palestine. It's important to learn about a lot of the cinema that came out of these places too. So
Yeah,
check it out.
and that Yiddish cinema box set too, like all that stuff is like 30s and 40s, which that's like my favorite era.
Well, and super important for
Yeah.
everything that happened to Israel in the 30s and 40s. Won't want to say too much there. Yeah. God, Ronnie said I snagged it during one of the sales for $14.99. Good God.
Hey, Ronnie, did it come with the slip on it still for that price?
For those box sets, I feel like they always have them.
I don't think those go away. Yeah,
but I think they do. Not that they go away. I think that they keep them forever.
I think so as well.
Huh.
The artwork on it's awesome. I want to see the movie that those are from.
If the sale price is $14.99, that's incredible.
I'm so mad. Oh, with the slip box, that's $14.99 because I think that has like 8-10 movies in it or something crazy. A lot of them are like only like an hour, 10 minutes long, but still, it's awesome.
Right. I got to cut in with the comments from Nicomedes and David here, who said Kino not only releases tons of titles, they issue them with commentary tracks, and those tracks are anchored by top commentators. I love Kino Lorber. And then David says, yeah, but Criterion releases movies with an interview from an old Laserdisc release.
That's awesome.
Oh, that's the perfect shade. Good job, David.
That's double-sided, though. It sucks that Criterion doesn't release new stuff sometimes with their extras, but it is cool that they're saving some of the special features that have been locked away on Laserdisc
for sure,
for a very long time. Because I know that there's like so many people that are like, this one Laserdisc has the best commentary ever of all time, and it's never been released ever again. But I do agree, Criterion needs to start doing more special features.
Next up from Kino is a 4K release of The Lady Killers from 1955. This is the big Alec Guinness movie from 55. Now, I understand this might be a little underwhelming for some that imports, because this did come out from Studio Canal, oh gosh, a good probably 18 months ago at least.
I think it was like 4 years ago. I think it was during COVID. Okay.
Yeah.
It was a long time ago.
Yeah. And this is just going to be the Studio Canal master on this, but there it says it right there. It says 2020 UHD master by Studio Canal, so it probably came out in like 2021-ish.
Yeah, probably.
So yeah, great movie, classic. The 4K looks great. It got pretty good reviews. I would absolutely recommend checking this out if you never got the Studio Canal.
Yeah, so I never got the Studio Canal, and I had the opportunity to get that big, because it came in like that big like 3-disc box set of it. And I remember it just kept coming back in stock on Diabolic, and I kept seeing it, and it'd be like 3 in stock or 1 in stock, and then be gone for a month and be like 2 in stock. And I'd always think about getting it and never get it. And now you saw that they're going to do more Alex Guinness movies with that same style box set, and I'm like, fuck, I can't go back now and start. So I'm hoping that if this Kino comes out, and let's just say the encode is slightly better and it just looks a little bit better, I'll be okay with just getting the Kinos.
Right.
That's what I'm crossing my fingers for.
The next thing is True Detective Season 4 Night Country is getting a physical release. This is coming on July 9th on Blu-ray from Warner Brothers, and surprisingly it has a decent amount of special features on it. I know the finale for this one just aired like a week and a half or 2 weeks ago, and half the people that watched it think it's brilliant, half the people that watched it saw that it was absolute shit.
That was my group chat I'm in every weekend. They're like, this shit sucks. And then the next week they'd be like, oh my God, this is fucking awesome. And then the next week they'd be like, what the fuck? This is so dumb. I'm not watching next week. And then they'd be like, oh, this is sick.
Wow. I don't get it.
I've only watched the first season of True Detective. Have you seen any?
I think I've only watched either the first and the third, which the third got pretty rave reviews as well.
That was the one with Mahershala Ali, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, I've heard good things about that too.
A lot of people hated the second season too, but man, this movie, this season, I don't know if it's because it's led by females. That's probably a part of it, but a lot of people shit on this season for some reason.
Yeah, definitely female led stuff just gets inherently hated on for no reason. But then, like, I didn't imagine that. The flashlight. I think from what I was gathering, I mean, this is not a spoiler. I haven't seen it or anything, but like, I think people were like upset of like the not. I don't want to say supernaturalness of it, but they're like the science fictionness of it. I think we're like pissing people off.
Yeah,
That it was more science fiction or not as science fiction as they were hoping.
right.
I don't know, but I would be interested to see it.
Yeah, I'll check it out someday.
Yeah.
Speaking of Alec Guinness, Kind Hearts and Coronets. This is coming on 4K from Studio Canal on April 22nd. This is getting another good release as part of the Vintage Classics line. And there's a brand new 4K restoration of the film. Has a new audio commentary by Kat Ellinger. Also has some archival stuff on here, including another audio commentary, some more featurettes, the alternative US ending, Dennis Price featurette called Those British Faces. And man, they were showing Alec Guinness some love this week for sure.
Yeah, this is really cool to see. I really want this.
Spaghetti says he pre-ordered the hell out of this movie, and
This
if this wasn't even enough for you, they also announced the Lavender Hill Mob, which is exactly what Gage was just talking about.
Yep.
This style of release that they do for the Vintage Classics line looks great, and they put so much love into these. And look at the art style on this; it's pretty incredible.
I love the color too. It's
Yeah.
amazing.
So this is from 1951, coming on 4K from Studio Canal on April 22nd as well. And there's a new what is the name of the company? There was a production company, I believe, from back then that they're doing a big retrospective on, and so they're restoring a handful
Ooh.
of the movies from it. So there could be more coming after this. Is all I was getting at. This is coming with that new 4K restoration. It will also have an analysis on this by Benedict Morrison, and then there is a brand new London Comedy Film Festival Q&A with Paul Merton and an introduction by Martin Scorsese's also on the disc, which a lot of people collect all their Scorsese stuff. There's some other random stuff, but if you want the big chunky limited edition, it's got a 64-page booklet, 2 different posters, and then 4 pop art style art cards done by Art and Hugh. And it looks pretty incredible.
Yeah, these good thing I missed the Lady Killers box. Do you have the Lady Killers box?
I do.
Oh my god. Well, at least you have it and you can continue on now with this. But I'm probably going to wind up trying to get these eventually.
Thank you, Stan and Paul and Nicomedes. Yes, Ealing Studios is the one that they're doing a handful of movies from Ealing Studios. Both of these Studio Canal releases are Ealing Studios, and then they announced that they're showing 2 or 3 more theatrically, which not saying that guarantees that they're going to come, but it could mean that they've also got restorations for those coming on disc soon. I imagine putting all of them out at once would be a little overwhelming, so they're probably, if they have it, spreading it out a little bit.
And I mean, the Studio Canal stuff, I feel like first they were kind of like hit or miss with their transfers. Like I remember the like the Mulholland Drive transfer was slightly better than the Criterion, like slightly. But then I remember like the Circle Rouge Criterion was way better than the Studio Canal one. So I'm still kind of like weighing those. Like I still need to go compare the the trial that they both did a 4K of.
Yes.
Yeah, I need to go compare those because I know like I think the Studio Canal one had HDR and the Criterion didn't, and then like I think the Studio Canal did The Servant on 4K and Criterion's was just a Blu-ray. So like I need to go back and like write like which ones I need to get for all these.
So the people that analyze all of the super technical portions of these discs, they are leaning towards Studio Canal nowadays for their encodes over Criterion. So it's interesting to break those down, but also really big warning for a lot of people that check out online reviews. Try to find somebody reputable and not just people that use technical words because they sound smart, but the ones that know what those technical words mean and how to actually share with you how that improves what the release will look like for you on your screen.
Yeah, so, usually the first thing you read on a Reddit, that's usually the first thing you should just believe. Whatever,
So
just some person on the right. The one that's certified controversial and the one with the most downvotes. Go with that one.
yeah, I laugh because there's a couple reviewers on Blu-ray.com who have
Oh yeah,
notoriously awful
you
reputations.
can't even. I don't even look at their. I'll read
No,
their forums, which is definitely like a cesspool of
right.
craziness, but I'll still peruse through their forums. But the reviews on there, they're
Yeah.
basically they shouldn't be on there. They're doing more damage than good.
And that's exactly what I was going to get at is some of these reviewers will tank a release because they put out an early review and
Yeah.
literally don't have any clue what they're talking about. And if you know the technical side, you can tell in their review that they don't know what they're saying, and yet
Yes,
it's shared everywhere like it's gospel.
Sibner here, like a certain doctor.
Craig says, "Oh God, yes, Ryan. I've read reviews that are tearing a release apart, and all the technical garbage they're spilling is nonsense. Literally, they're
Yeah,
just using words that they've heard other people say, and they think that it's accurate."
exactly. Yeah, there's definitely some Studio Canal stuff I want to get. So like the Peeping Tom. I don't. I think I might wind up going to Studio Canal on that.
That's what I did. Yep,
Yeah,
absolutely necessary.
I need to get that.
I'm just glad that we have options. I mean, that's the big thing. We're living in
For
such a
sure.
great heyday that we have options.
Exactly. It's way better than the opposite of this, having to stick. At least we got it,
Right. Next up is one of Gage's favorite companies. Let's talk about Warner Archive.
Yes, sir. Oh my God, man. I forgot about these.
So first, these are all coming on March 26th, and again, it's a huge slate for Warner Archive. Like if a couple years ago, we'd be stoked to be like, they're putting out 2 discs. That's a big deal.
Yeah.
But this month we got a lot of titles. So first one, Money Talks, with Chris Tucker and Charlie Sheen from 1997 coming on Blue. Now, unfortunately, no special features but the trailer, but it's a movie that a lot of people remember watching because it came out in that 90s comedy boom before Charlie Sheen was hated. And yeah, I mean, this is a big one. It's got Heather Locklear in it, got Paul Sorvino. That's a pretty big title.
Yeah, this is like I posted this was like the first one they announced.
Yep.
And it took like 20 minutes for them to announce the second one. And I posted this in your Discord and was like, it's my favorite time of the month. And somebody who it was like, I mean, I've never seen Money Talks, but if you're hyping it up, I'll watch it, man. I was like, well, I was more so talking about Warner Archive, but Money Talks is fine, too. I like Money Talks. This is like one of those movies that I've seen on TV only, so I've definitely never seen all the best Chris Tucker parts. And then it's like I've seen the ending of it like a trillion times because it would come on like TNT all the time. So like if I was gonna put like a basketball game or something on, like that came on at 7:56, I'd be watching the last 4 minutes of Money Talks.
Yeah, this is great. I'm glad it's coming out. Then the next one, Diane Keaton in The Little Drummer Girl from 1984. Kind of odd that they didn't have the Blu-ray cover on this yet, but this is coming out. And the big thing, this also stars Klaus Kinski.
I saw that, and when I went to go look it up, I was like, oh, that makes me far more interested in this.
Well, very interesting as we were talking about Yiddish cinema. For those that have never read about this, listen to what The Little Drummer Girl is. It says, Palestinian intelligence says she's loyal to their cause. Israeli counterintelligence says she's bright, creative, underused, romantic, and a liar. Diane Keaton stars as Charlie, a repertory actress and Palestinian sympathizer who plays the role of and for her life when she's thrust onto the center stage of international espionage. I'm really curious. When did Warner Archive start planning to put this release out?
I know that's it. So George Feltenstein was on the podcast that I brought up earlier. He does anytime the announcements come out, he does that podcast. And when they were talking about this, they were just saying like, oh, it's so funny that like this is still. And then George made an amazing point. He said, well, to be fair, like Palestine and Israel are kind of like in the news like every 5 years. So
this is true.
So I was like, yeah, that is true. And the Warner does usually take a while for their stuff, their machine of all their restorations and stuff. So I don't think they were nefariously put this out to capitalize on current events. Something else I wanted to say real quick. I love George Feltenstein. I can listen to him talk
He's
for
great.
hours. The Warner Archive podcast back in the day was like one of the best podcasts ever. But something funny about Money Talks is he says in it that he's like, Money Talks was kind of Chris Tucker's breakout film. And I was like, man, you're so white, bro. Fucking acting like Friday didn't happen, man. What? They don't even talk about it. They're like, yeah, and then Rush Hour and all that, and they don't even bring up Friday. I'm like, come on, man.
Friday is the classic.
That's the best. Yeah, that's the Chris Tucker movie.
Right.
Like like Rush Hour is fine and all, but Friday, come on.
Well, not to mention Friday was a breakout for a lot of people.
Yeah, a lot of people.
Just to dismiss that is like, these careers don't exist, basically.
Exactly.
Next up is speaking of breakout, like this is a really important film for a lot of people. March 26th, also we are getting Stand and Deliver. This is a movie starring Edward James Olmos and Lou Diamond Phillips, can't speak. And this is a 4K scan of the OCN to get this. And this is a big deal. Like a lot of schools used to show this for a lot of people, so they remember watching it in high school or something like that. But it's a super important like Latinx film for a lot of people. This movie is a classic, and it's crazy, absolutely crazy that we did not get a blue until right now.
I was shocked. I couldn't believe it. I was like, wow, this is never. I had to Google it to see if it. I had the same thing about Money Talks too. I couldn't believe that had never had a blue in it either. But yeah, this completes the double feature of the Romeo and Juliet that we got last year of the high school movie collection. So, I'm sure there's probably 27 high schools in the United States that have Blu-ray players. They're definitely my high school when I went there in 2014. I graduated. One of my American history teachers still had a laser disc player, and I always wanted to talk to him about it. And I'd be like, Mr. Poole, where'd you get that laser? Does it still work? And he'd be like, shut the fuck up, dude. Like, I'm like, dude, I want to know more about your laser disc. Like, why is that in here?
That's hilarious.
Yeah, this is awesome.
This is great that it's getting a release, but I really kind of want to say something, and the people that I'm talking to will probably never listen to this, so I know it's fruitless to do this, but just so you can share, if you ever see people like this in the comment section, the number of people that saw this announcement and said, 4K scan, but no 4K disc, fuck that, I'm getting the 4K disc when they release it in 6 months. Warner Archive is never releasing Stand and Deliver on 4K UHD when they didn't even put it on Blu-ray until 2024. And not to mention, again, we talked about this recently, a 4K disc of Stand and Deliver would cost around 2 to 3 times as much as the Blu-ray release is going to cost them. They would lose money putting this on 4K. It does not make sense for them to put out a 4K disc of Stand and Deliver.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. I mean, that's your job is to look at that stuff. But I try to when I see that stuff, I just try to keep my eyes rolling and not even read that.
It's pretty bad. The amount of people that see this and say, I will refuse to buy this until they put out a 4K disc, you are going to hurt the amount of physical media is released if you do that. It does not make any sense. So I really want to point out too that if you are in this whole 4K disc or nothing, you're going to get nothing, period. We are going to lose out on proper physical media if you suddenly stop buying them because they are not 4K discs.
All of us in here, I know everybody in the chat here, we all know what movies are going to come out in 4K and what aren't,
Right.
Like, we understand Stand and Deliver. The chances of this getting a 4K are very low.
Man, loving the comments, though. Craig says the 4K zombies scare me. I think Ronnie's got it nailed down, though. See, the thing is, a lot of people are stupid.
Yes.
Oh, man. Craig says, I worry that once we put one out, folks will expect all our releases to be 4K. And sadly, I think you're right, Craig. And I'm not trying to scare you away from it because I'm sure it will look amazing.
Yeah, don't think that way. Put out a 4K, please. I mean, people are going to bitch anyways,
Right.
So if you can do a 4K, do it.
Anyways, we're not done with Warner Archive.
Those people that complain.
Getting excited for Gage here, I'm sure.
Oh
The
yes.
Boob and Why Be Good from 1926 and 1929 are both coming out as a double feature of two silent film comedy classics. Gage, have you seen either of these?
No. So let me tell you one of the reasons why. Is Why Be Good was a lost film for a long time.
Long time.
So when the announcements were coming out, like I said, so Money Talks got announced and I posted it in the Discord, and then like 20 minutes passed before they put out their second announcement, and I got busy at work and I had to like drive to like the bank and the post office and stuff for work. And so I was driving, so I didn't get to check my phone, and I finally got back to work and I completely forgot that they were announcing stuff, and I opened it and this was the first thing that was on my phone, and I like almost dropped my phone. Because at first I thought they were doing some kind of pre-code
Yeah.
box set thing or something. I was like, whoa, what is it? And then I saw I was like, oh, this is silent movies? Like that's even better, because that means pre-code's definitely gonna happen if they're gonna start doing some
Yep.
silent classic double features. So, and then I saw the boob on there. That obviously caught my eye. I was like, is this a Melusine box set or is this a Lenny Marco box set? But then Why We Good, I was like, holy shit, I've been waiting for this for so long. The crowd and so the crowd, George Feltenstein, I keep up with all of, anytime he's on a podcast, I try to find it and listen to it. He has strongly hinted that the crowd, the wind, and greed are coming. Everybody thought last year they were going to come, but you know, with these silent films, man, they probably have a lot of work to do with them. So I would think that those all come out. But Why Be Good? Do you remember when they found that?
Gosh, I remember. I think
10 years ago or something.
something like that. I remember just coming across the announcement, but it was after the big hoopla of, oh my god, we found it.
Yeah, I just remember that being like a thing on Reddit or something.
Yeah.
And reading it, I'm like, oh, that's so cool. And I've had it on my IMDb watch list for whatever, 9-10 years or whatever.
And now here we are.
I know that it's been, George Feltenstein has like talked about, like, because I think they showed it at like a film festival over in Italy or something like that a few times. Yep. And I was like, man, this is just like never going to come out. So finally it's come out. And the boob has Joan Crawford in it. And she was in Our Dancing Daughters, which was a silent movie that came out last year. I watched that this year. It was a silent movie from 1928, and Why Be Good is a silent movie from 1929. So they're both of the sound era. So they actually do have Vitaphone discs that have real soundtracks on them. So they have sync sound, and so you get like some, you know, sound effects and stuff. Like if there's a crowd of people, they'll have woo like playing in the background, or whistles, or so, like someone saying hey, hey, like stuff like that. So I'm really excited for Why Be Good. I cannot wait for that.
So yeah, at the bottom of this it says Why Be Good is presented with its original synchronized Vitaphone soundtrack with synchronized music and sound effects. And that alone, the fact that we have that from almost 100 years ago,
is nuts. Because, you know, there's lots of movies that the Vitaphone discs still survive for them, but not the films, because the discs were slightly more durable than film were. So, yeah, the fact that we have the matching pair. Oh, thanks, Stan. I appreciate that.
Let's see.
I'm not that wise.
Matthew says, I'm waiting for the boob and Why Be Good on 4K with upgraded Atmos sound.
I would buy that.
Oh man, I mean, maybe, yeah.
I mean, Warner Archive does amazing jobs with their restoration. So,
speaking of amazing jobs, I think this is the last one that we have from them. Let me.
No, I know.
Oh no, there's one more after this. That's right. Yeah,
there's at least one or two more.
So this one, They Drive by Night, is in 1940. We got George Raft, Ann Sheridan, Ida Lupino, and Humphrey Bogart, those little scrappy actors that you may have heard of. This one is coming out with a brand new 2024 HD master from a 4K scan of the original nitrate camera negative. And we got some special features on this one. We got a featurette called Divided Highway, the story of They Drive by Night. We got a classic Warner Brothers short called Swing Time in the Movies, Lux Radio Theater broadcast with George Raft and Lana Turner also, and the trailer. But I mean, another big, like, just random ass Warner Archive is
Yeah.
reaching in there and putting out so many great movies.
Monumental name, you know. This is
Yeah.
a very famous title. And I mean, the 4 stars that they have listed here are like all-time greats, you know. So this is a very, very, very big deal that this is
They're all
finally
right,
coming
yeah.
out.
But,
Again, this is one I thought already had a Blu-ray. I was actually shocked.
yeah.
But I was like, oh man, okay.
Supposedly, Ida Lupino is incredible in this, like one of her best performances. I've not seen this one, but this is one I'm definitely going to need to check out for sure.
Yeah, and I love that it has the Lux Theater radio on it. I love when discs come with that. Have you ever checked those out before?
Oh yeah, and that's
Yeah, I love.
a lot of the older releases on the Sony Columbia Classics box sets have
Yeah,
those on there. Those
the
discs are incredible.
yeah. I know. I need to get the Columbia box set for because His Girl Friday is like my
Yep.
favorite movie, and it has the 4K of that, and the Criterion's pretty outdated. So
Yeah.
I'm very excited for the 4K, but the Criterion has the Lux radio play on it. I used to love falling asleep to those, but now I have an OLED. I can't fall asleep with my TV on. I'm too scared.
Real talk. That is accurate.
I've
Absolutely.
woke up. I fell asleep twice with my OLED, and both times I've woke up like oh no,
Well,
oh no, oh no.
I will
Like,
say, as somebody who has a just over 6-year-old OLED panel in my living room where my kids watch YouTube,
yeah,
there is burned in logos.
is there?
Yeah.
I mean, 6-year-old OLED though, the technology's got a lot better. So the next time you buy an OLED, you probably
100%.
won't have to deal with that.
100%. Simoners saying, man, I missed the Warner Archive 4 for 44 sale. Now, I will say, while I agree, I will also remind everybody, watch Amazon because they
Yeah.
frequently go cheaper than
I'm about to
$11.
say, I buy stuff. Most of the Warner archives I buy are $7.96 or
Yeah.
$9.89.
Yeah.
So
They, they frequently go on sale between $8 and $11, and it's cheaper than 4 for 44.
I tell him to go on Blu-ray.com, and there's a forum page for Warner Archive deals on Amazon, and people
Yep.
update it. And every day there's like a new group of 2 or 3 titles that are
Yep.
under $10.
Yes, it was always a fun event. Completely agree.
But yeah, I do agree with that.
And now, the last Warner Archive title is a John Wayne starring movie called Three Godfathers from 1948. This is one that a lot of people were super stoked about to get announced. This is fully remastered and restored 1080p HD presentation of MGM's 1936 feature Three Godfathers on this as well. Which is super rad. The fact that they're including the older version of this, I'm not even a John Wayne person, and I kind of want to get that just because they're including the older version of it. And not only that, it is coming from a 4K scan of the best preservation elements from that older version. And it's not like it's a short, that's an 81-minute version of that original.
That is so cool. And it's from the 30s, right?
Yeah, that original one's from 36, and then the John Wayne one is 48.
And something that's really cool about this is I believe it's directed by John Ford.
It is.
But it's presented by Marion C. Cooper, who was the guy that did King Kong. He's actually from Jacksonville.
Oh.
Duval.
Nice.
Yeah, it's crazy. He actually I think I may have told the story last time I was on your show, so I won't tell the full version of it. But he was basically from Jacksonville, and we did a showing of King Kong here at the local cinema, and to a sold-out crowd, and did like a little presentation about Marion C. Cooper's career and all that. It was pretty cool.
Nice. Very nice. All right. Next one up is Kino Lorber announced that the 6th season of Monk will come out on April 23rd. Again, loaded with special features like all of the other seasons have been so far. It'll come with the slipcover. Pretty standard deal. We're getting all the seasons. I think we're getting one a month. So just stay used to that until we're all done.
Yeah, I definitely want to get all those.
Me too, just not for $30 a piece or whatever they're going for.
That sale, man. You know they're going to be on sale eventually.
Then, April 23rd, we are getting a 4K release of Steel Magnolias from 1989. This one is crazy because this one went 4K on digital. like years ago, and so people were wondering why it never got a disc release, and now it's finally here. And not only that, again proving why Sony is so great to team up with Disney for their releases.
Yes,
So
sir.
they gave this a new 4K restoration from the OCN, which will undoubtedly look great. It's going to have Dolby Vision, and then beyond that, it has a new Dolby Atmos track. But even more surprising, they have the 1990 Steel Magnolias TV pilot, which is brand new. It was not on any of the other previous releases. It'll also carry over with the director's commentary, remembering Steel Magnolias featurette, 10 deleted scenes in the trailer. Like, this is a really stacked, great release for Steel Magnolias.
Yeah, this is really awesome. This is another one of those movies that's like pretty ingrained in our culture. It's like pretty well-known film. I've never seen it. I remember. Do you remember the the like I Love the 80s show on VH1?
Of course, yeah.
I remember them talking about this. I think it was like Michael Ian Black or something. This says like, if you watch this movie, you'll grow a vagina. It's like, but yeah, I know this movie is like super loved, so I definitely want to. Yeah. I'll definitely try to get this.
And killer cast, obviously.
Yeah,
so many
nuts. Yeah,
great names in this. Next up, go ahead.
I'm sorry. I wanted to say to Michael Smith up here saying, speaking of King Kong, we need a Blu-ray disc or 4K of that. Bad, they could really do a great collector's box set. From what I've heard from like George Feltenstein and stuff, is that movie, because it was like cut so many times with the scenes missing, I don't think they're necessarily holding out hope that they find those scenes, because I don't think that's ever going to happen. But more so, it's like that movie was like, because it's an RKO movie that's now owned by Warner Brothers, but it had been passed down from so many people that the original elements are just like so beat up and so all over the place and so everywhere that it'd be really hard for, or it'd be very expensive for them to do a newer, better restoration. So hopefully one day it happens, but that's basically the reason why it's not out, is because there's already a good enough one out, and it would cost so much money for them to do a better version of it.
And again, restorations for films that are like 10 years old are already expensive, and doing that
100.
doing that for a 90-year-old movie, that was already like one of the most damaged negatives. Like, that's a wish that we all have for sure.
Yeah. But I hope somehow they're able to get something better out. I don't have the current Blu-ray of it. It was out of print for a long time because it was only in that digibook, and then there's now the Warner Archive version of it you can get. But I kind of want to get that digibook version.
Yeah, I remember that digibook version going for a lot of money for a little while.
Yep, and I also remember it being $9.99 at Best Buy forever, and you're not buying it.
True that. Now let's move to Australia. Umbrella released a handful of titles that are wild for multiple reasons. This first one, Primer from 2004. This is the Shane Carruth movie. This previously had a release from Arrow Films. I've had a lot of people today say that it came from Arrow Academy. It was not Arrow Academy. Go home and look at your release of that, and it says Arrow Films on the side, not Arrow Academy. Shane Carruth, since this movie was made, has kind of been canceled for being just a piece of shit. But Umbrella is going all in, as they usually do on these. This is coming on Blu-ray on May 22nd, by the way, but this will have a 48-page book with an essay by the author and editor Simon Sellers, Q&A with the director, behind-the-scenes experiences and art. It's going to have a new commentary by Andrew Frost, who's a sci-fi expert and author. There's a new video essay by Simon Foster. We got some other archival sets on here, but again, you don't have to buy the crazy big set. There is a standard release of this, so there are options.
This is so sick. I have not seen Upstream Color or Primer, and this is one of my friend's like most favorite movies. So seeing this is cool, because this makes me think that a cool new US version is probably going to come out soon.
Probably eventually, yeah.
So I'm like holding out hope that maybe that happens. So
yeah. We're going to talk about Upstream Color in just a second. The next one they announced is the most random thing. Like, I understand they're putting out some Larry Clark titles, but they are releasing a wild collector's edition of Harmony Korine's Trash Humpers from 2009. I do not understand how this possibly is getting this amazing of a release, but
No, this is awesome. I'm a huge fan.
really,
That was
well,
the
I mean,
movie.
he's
I'm sorry,
fairly
that was the movie.
local.
I've never seen the movie, but I'm a huge fan of Harmony Korine, and so like anything that he does, I'm all about getting some crazy shit like this. It's perfect.
Harmony's a big Florida boy too.
Yeah, he may have a movie in the 2013 list
Ooh.
tonight.
Interesting. So Trash Humpers is coming. It's going to have also a VHS release in this with a full-length feature of Trash Humpers with a custom slipcase on it. It's going to have a 48-page book with an essay by film writer and programmer Jack Sargent. There's an essay by Fergus Greeley in it, some behind-the-scenes stuff. There's also going to be a new video essay with Kat Ellinger on it, which is just great. There's a Seattle screening Q&A with Harmony Korine, South by Southwest 2010 Harmony Korine interview by Chase Whale, some outtakes, and again, the big box set for Umbrella. It's expensive, but it looks like they put all sorts of love into this. However, if you just want the Blu-ray, there is a standard edition Blu-ray. Now, I do want to point out the fact that they put out Kids, Bully, Trash Humpers. I'm very curious. Are we going to get Gummo from Umbrella on Blu-ray? Are we going to get are we going to get Ken Park from Umbrella on Blu-ray?
That would be so nasty. I love Gummo. Gummo and Kids are both very formative filmmaking year movies for me. Like in high school when I first started getting into movies for real, like Gummo and Kids were like top movies for me. I still love both of those movies a lot. So I've never seen Ken Park. I understand the hate with it, but I mean, he's a very provocative filmmaker, so I don't really mind. But I do really hope that we get more stuff. Yeah, I don't believe Ken Park. I think it is still banned in Australia. I think they talk about that, right? One of the Umbrella guys talked about that on a podcast or something.
Now, I do say that, yes, it is still currently banned, but one of the things that boutique labels have done worldwide is literally petition to get some of those bans reversed. And I'm not saying Umbrella could do it. I'm just saying there's a lot of stuff that could happen. Yes, Australia is extra controversial because there was I believe they were not allowed to show it, and there was like a surprise screening where they showed it, and it was illegal, and they got arrested. However, you never know. I mean, a lot of stuff has overcorrected on some of those. We'll see. It is,
maybe do what 88 Films did with the Gestapo's Last Orgy and just be like, all right, we'll just release it in the US then.
Well, as far as I remember, I think it was banned in the US for years too. I'm not sure if it still is.
Was it? Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's like one of the actual only films that was banned.
It's so bizarre that like some stuff gets passes and stuff, some doesn't,
right.
You know?
Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah. And you can't talk about it because how could you justify anything, you know?
Right. Yeah.
It's like even the Romeo and Juliet.
Can't defend anything, can't stand up against it. Makes no sense.
Yeah, the Zaffarelli Romeo and Juliet, like that just kind of went away, you know?
It really did.
Like people just don't even talk about it anymore.
Going on to the next one, Upstream Color, like we just said, this is also coming. This is a 2013 film. Hey, we're going to be talking about 2013 later tonight. 48-page book in this. We got a new commentary by Andrew Frost again, new critical commentary by Simon Foster, new video essay by Melbourne artist Ian Haig. If you're super into Shane Carruth or want both of these look like what is probably going to be the best current releases of these.
Yeah. Those are gonna be really cool, man.
I'm
really
just
hoping all this stuff gets US stuff. I mean, Kids came out almost 18 months ago now.
Oh gosh, maybe not that long. Let me see.
Maybe a little less than a year, probably.
Yeah, it was definitely last year.
Yeah.
Let me see. Kids.
I really hope that this all stuff comes out in the US.
So the Kids release, it was right after you were on the show last. It was in July.
Okay, yeah, so not that long ago. I mean, I'm holding out hope that a lot of this stuff gets US stuff.
I don't see why it wouldn't nowadays.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I feel like we're finally going to be at a point now where some of the stuff that we believe is like held up for whatever reason, because I think a lot of that stuff was the Weinstein Company stuff, right?
Yeah,
The kids
unfortunately.
and Gummo were, anyways. So it seems like some of that stuff's finally getting released through other areas. Like I know Paramount has some stuff now, apparently. So I think eventually all that stuff finds its way out.
But really, again, I know Ken Park is super controversial down there,
Yeah,
but
that may not.
could this be leading up to a Gummo release? I feel like that's what it's leading to.
Yeah,
I could see them doing Julian Donkey Boy.
yeah,
Um,
need that too.
would not surprise me if we got all those.
Yeah.
All right, and then finally, the last release from Umbrella is the newest one in their line that they're doing to highlight up and coming unique Aussie filmmakers, and that is "You'll Never Find Me" from 2023. The booklets behind this is supposed to be great. It says it's been put together by the minds behind "You'll Never Find Me," so you get an insight into how the dark, visceral horror came to be. This is going to have a 20-page booklet. It's going to have an audio commentary with the directors and some behind the scenes and another short film on here, which is pretty dang rad. And it's got some good art and a pretty solid looking release. And the movie sounds great too.
Yeah, I'd like to check this out as well. I don't have any Umbrella stuff. I haven't bought any Umbrella stuff because I just have a very strong feeling that a lot of, and most of it has came out eventually in the US.
Yeah.
And it's just so expensive to import it. And there's
It
always
is.
other stuff I'd rather import than stuff that has a really high chance of coming out in the US.
Well, and the other thing is the standard editions show up at like Orbit or something, but even then they're like $30 a piece.
Yep, $29.99.
Which is tough. Yeah. All right, moving right along to everything that got announced today. Cauldron has announced that pre-orders for their Houses of Doom box set will go live next Thursday, February 29th. They've kind of been leading up to this for literally like 9 months now. This is going to be a 6-disc box. It'll have 4 Blu-rays and 2 CDs. It will have 4 Italian horror movies in it with The House of Clocks and The Sweet House of Horrors. Those are both directed by Lucio Fulci. And then we get The House of Lost Souls and The House of Witchcraft, which are both directed by Umberto Lenzi. And they were going to have 2 never-before-released CD soundtracks, but all of the details on special features and all that we will learn next Thursday when pre-orders go live. This is going to be a big deal.
This is insane. I hate Cauldron so much because they always announce stuff when I'm like the brokest. They're like, don't forget, in 6 days we're going to be putting out all this stuff, and I'm like at my worst point in my life.
Yeah, lots of people saying they're excited about it.
Yeah, this is going to be cool. I can't wait to see what they do with the packaging for this.
Michael Smith, who's more pessimistic, Lars von Trier or Michael Haneke?
Oh, I forgot. I wanted to respond to Michael Smith way earlier. He said something about the Most Dangerous Game. I do have the Wicked Vision version of the Most Dangerous Game, which was better than the Flicker Alley version. But Eureka has since put out an even better version than those two, and I need to get that one. That's a fire movie. I love it. It shares a lot of the same sets from King Kong, and they both have Fay Wray in it.
Yeah. To answer that current question, Michael, I'd probably say Haneke, actually. A lot of Haneke stuff is super depressing.
I haven't seen any Haneke stuff, so I can't. I've seen Lars von Trier, but not Haneke.
You should at least see Funny Games. It's like the most accessible of his stuff.
That's one of my friend's favorite movies, is both of the Funny Games. He likes both of them a lot. So
they're so good.
Yeah. And I see D. Sibner here says, I heard that's actually a missing statement.
To put out money, to put out releases when you have no money.
Yeah, when I have no money, they're like, go now. You can't buy anything.
Michael Smith, Severin did not announce this. Severin is not putting this out. This is only Cauldron.
It does look like something that Severin would put out.
Yeah, Severin probably would have loved to have put this out, but I think Cauldron's going to kill this really well.
This artwork already I'm digging. And like I said, like we haven't seen them put a package out for 4 discs or 6 discs yet. We haven't seen them do a 4-disc set yet.
So yeah, we haven't seen a box set at all.
Yeah, so this is going to be really, really interesting to see.
And if I remember right, I think these might have been like Italian made-for-TV movies. I don't think these were... I mean, they probably played theatrically at some point, but if I remember, I think it was some sort of like mini-series type event that they did. But I could be wrong. It's been a long time since I've looked at these.
Plus, with the Italian stuff on IMDb, good luck searching anything from
Oh, for
Italy. It's
sure,
like
for
the
sure.
names are always some. They have like it went by this title in Germany on one VHS tape, and that's the search term they have for it on IMDb. It's very hard to find stuff sometimes.
Yeah. Next up, Oscilloscope. We don't get to talk about them too
Oh,
much,
I
but they
did
are
not
putting
see
out
this.
Love Life. This is from 2022. This is shipping in the next couple months. This one sounds really good. It says Teiko and her husband Hiro are living in a peaceful existence with their young son Keita when a tragic accident brings the boy's long lost father Park back into her life. To cope with their pain and guilt, Teika throws herself into helping Park, who is deaf and currently homeless. With nuanced performances and craftsmanship, Love Life is a melodramatic and moving meditation on grief and acceptance. It's going to have a trailer on it, not much else, but again, Oscilloscope really kind of doing great work that goes underseen a lot of the time. So I would say check out what they do. If anything seems appealing to you, pretty much all their releases are very well done.
I only have one release by him. I have Meek's Cutoff, and it's awesome.
Great release.
Yeah, amazing release. And I got it for like $4 at a vintage store here in town. I just happened
Wow.
they just had they had like a section with just DVDs, and I saw that in it. I was like, oh my god, I've wanted this for a while.
That is a solid release. Yeah, they've done quite a few of Kelly Reichardt's things. I think they've done like 4 of them.
They have a few. They probably have like 6 or 7 movies that I really want to get. I think they did is it called The Embrace of the Serpent? That black and white movie from like South America from like
Yes.
2016, 17.
I think that's exactly what it's called. Yeah.
I want that, and then I also know they put out Short Bus
Yep.
couple a year ago probably.
Yep.
I want to get that too.
And reminder too, if anybody's super interested in Oscilloscope and you're gonna go run off and check out their store tonight, they have like the cheapest subscription in the game. It's $140 to get their next 10 Blu-ray releases sent to your house, free shipping. And if you're a subscriber, you get all of their catalog titles at 50% off forever while you're a subscriber. And they do random things like when Short Bus came out, they sent a little bottle of lube with it. It was just a gift when you got the movie.
Also, they do a sale on 420 every year. So that's
Every single year.
Yep.
Yep. Good
Also,
stuff from Oscilloscope.
Michael Smith says that doesn't fit her. If you're talking about her jacket, it definitely fits her, bro. That's the style now, bro. This is oversized.
It is. Next, April 23rd, Keto is releasing True Love from 1989. This is, I believe, the third release that we've gotten from Nancy Savoca announced in the last like 6 weeks. So I'm glad this is coming out, and this is the 1989 Sundance Grand Jury Prize winner. I would strongly recommend checking this out. I've heard nothing but great things, and it looks pretty fantastic. We got some good names in it. Very, very much looking forward to this.
Yeah, this is sick. I didn't see this either. I've been like, if you said these are stuff you just announced. Okay, 5 hours ago. That's why.
Yeah, literally today.
Yeah, I haven't seen anything since like 5 o'clock probably. So,
well, thankfully we only have 3 left after this.
Okay, that's fine.
Next up is Mad Props. This says a handsome nerd journeys. I love how they had to use the word handsome. Handsome nerd journeys the globe to turn the conventional art world on its head, set to prove to historians and critics alike that movie props are as important an art form as the greatest paintings and sculptures in history. I've heard from multiple people that this is really great. This is cool. I believe a documentary from last year, and it's got a bunch of people in it, like Mickey Rourke and Robert Englund and Lance Henriksen, and a handful of others. They got some big names in this.
Yeah, that sounds awesome.
Yeah,
I like that. Yeah, that is funny. Handsome nerd.
He probably did. The director wrote the copy. Yeah. Oh man. And then next, May 7th, Kino is releasing Remembering Gene Wilder. This is a loving tribute to Gene Wilder, which includes a lot of people that you'll recognize, like Mel Brooks, Alan Alda, Carol Kane. And this is certainly one that I definitely want to check out because Gene Wilder is special to so many of us, obviously.
Yeah, that is really cool. This is from last year, this documentary. I want to say that I think that the local place here, Sunrise, showed this. I'm pretty sure they showed this.
That would make sense. It's that type of movie, so probably.
Yeah, that's really cool. Yeah, I would like to get this.
Yeah.
Shouts out to Kino for putting out the new docs on Blu-ray too, because I know they do lots of docs like this, like shit from last year, but they do them only on DVD. So to see this coming out on Blu-ray is cool.
Yep. And I think it's primarily because it's a name like Gene Wilder.
Yeah,
It'll probably do fairly well for them.
Exactly.
And then finally, we alluded to it earlier, but this is the Walmart exclusive edition of the Crow 4K Steelbook, and this is much more reminiscent of the classic Crow style art. You get a big zoom in on Brandon Lee's face. You've got the Crow cutout covering his eyes on the slipcover that'll go over it. This is like, if you want much more original style art, this seems to be the pick for you.
But you got to go to Walmart. That's the problem. Is it going to be the censored version of the Crow? That's what I don't want.
It will not be censored. You got to go to Walmart, or you have to order it and get really awful shipping from them.
Oh my god, yeah, I couldn't imagine getting steelbooks or anything shipped from them. That sounds terrible. Hopefully, I have like there's 30 Walmarts in Jacksonville, so one of them has to be carrying this.
Somebody posted recently, I can't remember which, but there was a Walmart exclusive steelbook that they ordered online, and they literally got the steelbook in a grocery bag, in another, like in a grocery bag wrapped up in a poly mailer, and so there was no actual protection, and it somehow showed up in perfect shape.
That's insane.
Yeah,
that's crazy. No, I've seen something that sucks because I'm a part of a group that buys, sells, and trades like action figures, and they will, if you buy like an action figure from them, they will have like those shipping label stickers. They'll just put that on the box,
straight on it.
The box. It's like, no, why would you think that's acceptable? That's insane.
Yeah, that is awful.
Yeah, that is crazy.
As usual, we'll look at what's coming out next week, just in case you forgot. And of course, it's the end of the month, so they're going to be looking at all the standard releases of Vinegar Syndrome stuff. But to remind you of the other stuff, the Roaring 20s 4K from Criterion, that's a big title people are after for sure.
Yeah, I can't wait for that.
Fear and Desire 4K from Kino, Gunfight at the OK Corral 4K from Kino, Contagion 4K. As I mentioned earlier, the Tune, if you haven't checked it out, that will be a wide release coming, Amazon and everywhere else. You'll be able to get that from Def Crocodile. Wonka coming out next week on 4K, some Severin standards. And then
Wonkin' They Willy right now. Click like.
Dream Scenario coming out next week. I'm dying to see this one. I love me some Nick Cage.
That same Sunray showed that to my local theater. They showed that.
Nice.
So but for a week, and I'm so mad I missed it.
It's so short.
Is it?
Just 1 week. That's
okay.
such a short run.
Movie's like short or something.
No.
I know 1 week. Yeah, a lot. I mean, unfortunately, that's like how all these like smaller films are like that now.
Black Type Killers from Radiance is coming next week. All Quiet on the Western Front. This was the same disc that was released last year on Mediabook. You can get this now in a steelbook. VHS 85 is coming out next week. Migration 4K about to drop, which again, I don't talk about modern animation as much. This movie was surprisingly good. It was pretty damn funny.
My girlfriend wanted to go see that in theaters, and we missed it. I want to see that bad.
It was shockingly good.
It looks good. I love ducks too, so I fuck with that.
Nice.
And then also that classic Tokotsu collection.
Yeah.
Tokusatsu. I want to get that. Really badly.
It was a Shout Factory exclusive that dropped, and you could pre-order it immediately. And I think they had 600 posters, 2,500 print run, and the posters sold like immediately, which shocked that this thing sold so quickly.
Yes, I really want to get that because those films look sick in it.
They do. Film Noir, The Dark Side of Cinema 17 from Kino coming out next week. Monk, the 4th season next week. Let's see. We've got all the other Vinegar Syndrome and OCN stuff. The Magnificent 7 4K Steelbook that will be at Walmart. Next Goal Wins. The Whip and the Body from Kino getting re-released next week. Alonzon Fan from Radiance also. Dragonheart 4K Steelbook. Sophie Scholl, The Final Days. Had not heard about that one other than that. Release that was listed here today. The Golden Coach coming out from Raro next week. That's a big one people are after.
Yeah, that's a Criterion.
And yet now Raro will have the most up-to-date and best release of that. Wild. Welgo putting out The Moon from last year, which has gotten some pretty
Ooh.
decent reviews. I would suggest looking into that maybe. The Jean Moreau filmmaker box set is releasing next week. I know we talked about that a couple months ago. Don't want people to forget about that, though. Not much else except at the very bottom. I really wanted to highlight for everybody. Don't forget, Joel Osteen, You Are Stronger Than You Think.
Dude, I don't need that. I could just turn on the TV right now and watch it. He's on all fucking day.
Yes, Craig,
Ooh.
Kinzata is showing in Kansas City on March 6th, and I have already looked into it, and I'm hoping to go.
I need to get some Deaf Crocodile shit to get shown at Sunray here in Jacksonville. I did see their restoration of Assault on Precinct 13 at Sunray. They showed that.
Nice.
So I did get to see that. That was really cool to see the Deaf Crocodile logo on the big screen.
When are we getting that on disc, please?
Oh, that restoration looks awesome, and I do love Doug's.
Michael Smith, John Moreau for the win because it has a documentary on Lillian Gish, my favorite silent star.
That is really cool.
Nice.
Yeah, I would like to. I didn't know that. That's cool. That makes me want to get that more. Joel Osteen motivates me to vomit. He's terrifying. That's like me, my mom and I, like, growing up. You know who Peter Popoff is?
Oh, why do I know that name?
He's just a televangelist. He's like the guy.
Oh, probably, yeah.
He sells like the miracle spring water. Like,
that guy, yeah.
The towels and stuff. He is so fucking scary looking. But we would watch that shit. Just like my mom would. Me be like 8 years old. Her and I up at 2 a.m. just watching it, be like, this is so crazy.
I do strongly recommend nobody watch any Joel Osteen stuff, by the way. That was a joke. I hope that came through.
Unless you want to be terrified. He scares me. He's for like an evil anime villain looking.
Yeah. Especially that giant smile.
Yeah.
Oh, God. All right. It's time to try time travel.
Yes,
Stan
says Peter Popoff is like a cartoon character. Yes, he is.
We've been talking about this all week, and I've been so eager to talk about some of these movies. So 2013 was 11 years ago, and we have so many great and some big movies that came out this year. I'm curious to see if they actually end up on your list. But we are going to do a top 10. We're going to break down a couple. We're going to break down the movies a little bit, not super deep, because we don't want to be here for 4 hours. But 2013. Exactly.
Spend time with the wife.
We are separated from it enough to have it be interesting to look back, but it's not like it's so close that it's hot takes galore. So some of these movies have lived in our brains for a good decade because we saw them a lot. Others, maybe we've only seen them once or twice, but either way, I love my list, and I can't wait to see how many are on yours as well. So again, we're gonna break down the top 10. Before we do, I'd love to hear, as you were looking back on your list, did you happen to notice like any trends from 2013? Anything that you're like, there's some weird patterns in some of these?
So I'm glad you asked. I'm not necessarily a pattern or so, but we briefly talked about this, and I believe I talked about this on the show last time with you, but we talked about it when we were just having one-on-one the other day, that 2014 is actually like one of my favorite years in film.
Right.
Ever. Like of all time. I still stand by this. It was the year I graduated high school, so I do understand that I could be skewed. That was a very important year of my life, but I do truly believe that year of film, there's lots of good stuff in that year.
Yeah.
But when you said, 2013 is this is their anniversary, so let's do 2013. I said to you, I was like, yeah, no, that's cool. I hope I've seen enough films from them, because I told you that I had a high school girlfriend all throughout high school, so I was like, not watching movies or doing, just being stupid. And so then 2014 we broke up, and I was able to go to the movie theater every weekend, so I saw like so much from 2014. So 2013 I'm like, man, I don't really think there's that much. And then I went back and looked. I was like, holy shit, I did see a lot in 2013. And I was like, this year I think was like almost like a setup into 2014. Like I consider probably like that like 24 months of 2013 and 2014 is probably like the best like 24 months of like probably like the last 30 years in movies, in my opinion.
Wow.
There's like a lot of good stuff that came out in 2013 that like I think and a little bit of 2015, that like that whole time period is very special to me. So 2013 kind of kicked a lot of it off. And like my number one movie for 2013, which I'll get into later, I actually saw it on January 1st, 2014. So it's like I saw it on New Year's Day, but it came out on Christmas 2013. So that's a little teaser for you. But that all that kind of stuff blends in right there. But I will say that that's what I kind of noticed with 2013 was that there was it was the build up to a very great period of film for me in my life.
Interesting. So, yeah, 2013 was a crazy year for me. Obviously, I got married in February, but that was just like one of the major things that happened to me that year. Not even not even a month prior, my father in California had a stroke, and it was a crazy time for my family. Had the wedding. And then about a month after the wedding, I got competing job offers in Kansas City and in Ann Arbor, Michigan. And obviously, I live in Kansas City, so we chose Kansas City. But
Good decision. From
yeah,
Michigan Wolverines. That's my hot take for tonight.
Yeah, Kansas City certainly seemed to be quite a bit more appealing for us, and so we came to Kansas City. We moved here at the very end of May, and for somebody that only ever lived in California, like I'd never seen Kansas or Missouri. I moved here sight unseen. I literally never saw the place that we were moving into until I got the keys to it.
Wow.
It was a wild change. Drove here from California over a period of about 30 hours. We drove like 15 hours one day and like 10 hours the next day.
That's
And
fast, yeah.
yeah, it was a busy time. And not only that, we drove with a dog and a bunch of ferrets, and ferrets were even legal in California. So
really?
yeah, ferrets are fully illegal in California.
That's why. Do you know why?
I believe because they're still looked at as an invasive.
Okay.
So
Ferrets are awesome. My uncle had ferrets and they were so cool.
yeah, we had, I think at that time we had 4 ferrets, and then after we came to Kansas City, we got a 5th.
Wow. He had 2. He had Joey and Zoe were their names, and they were
Nice.
so sweet. They smell really bad.
Oh yeah.
But when he came and lived with us for like 2 months, and he bathed them every day. Like if he was getting in the shower, he'd get in the shower and bathe them and made sure that they were clean so they didn't stink up the house. But yeah, they were great pets. They were really fun.
Craig is saying, I forget, where were you living in California? So to go through the whole history just really quickly, I was born in Pomona, which is roughly like no traffic, about half an hour, for like 40 minutes from LA proper. And then after that, I grew up in Upland, which is about another 20 minutes away from LA. So about a good hour away or so. And then eventually we moved up to the high desert, and I lived in the shitty town known as Barstow. That is, when you're looking on a map, it's almost exactly halfway between LA and Vegas. So you're looking roughly about 2.5 hours total to LA. So far enough away where, you know, they don't claim us, and close enough where, hey, we can make that trip a couple times a year. Yeah, so it was a really rough area to grow up in. It was not great.
There's probably some great noir films that were set in Barstow.
I mean, yeah, there's a lot of great movies set in Barstow. Like Aaron Brockovich was set just about 10 miles outside of Barstow. Obviously, you've got one of the most iconic lines ever in Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas opens up with we were just past Barstow when the drugs began to take hold.
There you
go. Yeah, so we moved out here in May of 2013, and we have been here ever since. But it was a huge culture shock coming from California here, and Craig says our little bitty new kitty was a street urchin in Barstow.
That's adorable.
Wow, amazing. So 2013 was kind of a formidable time because I was shell shocked a little bit. It was like growing into this whole new person as an adult with a new wife, new job, new time zone to live in, new everything. It was a massive change, and because of that, I found solace in a lot of movies. So many of these I saw in the theaters, and I don't get that opportunity as much anymore. So 2013 and 2014 are the last couple of years that the theater was like this bastion of a safe space that I could go to. And diving in this week was really fun to try to craft this list. I think I have it about in order, but man, let's get into it because
The order was
again,
hard.
I've got 17. We talked about doing a top 10. I've got 17. I think you said you had 19, right?
19. Yeah, I had 19.
All right. So after our top 10s, we'll do our honorable mentions. But man,
Okay.
I'm very curious to see how many crossover on our list.
I know. I've been interested in that because we've never really chit chatted about
Nope.
movies like that before. So when we did like about the silent films last time, you hadn't really seen a lot of silent movies,
Right.
So. Yeah, no, those are very interesting, and because these movies are so important to me, and now that I know that for you too, I'm interested in the crossover, and then also where we have them ranked. Some of the
Exactly.
movies I have, some movies I have ranked higher than other movies. People are gonna be like, "Yo, what's wrong with you?" But,
I feel the exact
yeah.
same way. Honestly, I'm shocked that mine is a little more mainstream than I expected. Actually,
Yeah, me too. That was my thing. I was like, man, I can't put Captain Phillips on my list. And I will say, I wish I would have made a list of this earlier, but there are some really big movies from that year that I'm missing.
Yep.
And Her is the biggest one the reason why I didn't see it, I went through a giant breakup and I was too scared to watch it because of the baby. And I was like, I'll cry if I watch it. So I didn't watch it. And now it's been 10 years and I still haven't seen it. Yeah,
well, to be fair, I haven't seen Captain Phillips.
Okay. I mean, Captain Phillips is cool, but that was actually the last movie I voluntarily watched on DVD was Captain Phillips.
Interesting.
My grandpa was like, hey, I got this movie. And I was like, all right, sure. And if he would have said that now, I'd been like, okay, I'll buy the Blu-ray and I'll come over with it.
All right, Gage, hit us with your top number 10, and then we'll jump into this.
We'll start with my number 10. And I'm going to try to remember to tell you, I will, but my favorite thing, because I'm not too big in reviewing movies, because like I've told you this before.
Yeah.
Who cares what I have to say about
Same.
Citizen Kane? Nobody. The movie's been talking about that. To me, it's more interesting talking about your personal connection with all of these movies. And I'm going to start with number 10 being American Hustle.
Interesting.
I saw that in theaters. I saw it at a Regal that still had the dark teal walls and maroon carpet that like from 1995. And it was like the opening night, and it was sold out crowd, and the crowd was just like so about it that it made the movie like probably even better than it was, in my opinion. I have not seen the movie. We're off to a rough start. I have not seen the movie since then, and I was 17 when this came out, so I have very fond memories of it. And the main reason why I loved it so much is it made me realize how much I like I forget her name, Jennifer Lawrence. She's so good in this movie, and she's so fine. She's great. She's amazing in it. So that's my number 10.
Funny enough, this is the other big one that I've not seen from 2013.
Okay. Again, it's a good movie, but it's not like anything crazy great or anything. But
yeah, I don't remember what it was. Something about this this era for this group, because a lot of the people in this Russell put them in like 3 movies together for many of them.
Yep.
I never saw Silver Linings Playbook, so I know something about
Joy
it.
Is the other one. I haven't seen either one. I've only seen American Hustle.
Funny enough, Joy is the only one that I watched.
Okay, that's fun.
Yeah, so they just never jumped out as I needed to see it, but
okay.
Yeah. My number 10, I went with one that was pretty important to me too. I went with the third in the 3 Flavors Cornetto trilogy with The World's End.
I have not seen that. I love the other 2 movies, but I have not seen The World's End.
So, like many people, I saw this in the theater, and at first I didn't like this all that much. I saw this and I went, wow, that was bizarre. What a weird way to cap off a trilogy that you've been building up to for years. And since then, I've watched this movie probably 6 or 7 times, and it has only grown in appreciation. I'm beginning to think that in my current age, I think The World's End is the best of the 3 films at this point.
Okay, that's awesome.
And the reason that I'm going to get there is because of how they are subversive about what you've already felt about Simon Pegg for the first 2 films. And in the third movie, he's grown to the point where he is the one that you are kind of hating. He is this piece of shit, and Nick Frost is the normal character. But this movie goes to great lengths to show real human interaction and empathy through these just absurd fucking situations. And Edgar Wright, again, is a magician, and how he makes you just like fall in love with this random ass beer run that these people are going on. And yet there's robots and aliens and all this other shit present in this movie. And you're just like, I mean, yeah, that's a part of it, but the friends are at the middle of this, and it's great. This movie is so underrated because it wasn't Shaun of the Dead and Hot Fuzz, and people love those so much that they just shit all over this. And this movie is great. I really recommend you watch it.
That's awesome. Yeah, I mean, that's all I kind of remember about it was people just being like, it's like whatever. It's like the third Harold and Kumar movie. It's just like, yeah, I could do without it. That's all I really remember about it. And I've never seen the third Harold and Kumar movie either. But yeah, I need to watch that. And how crazy does that's 11 years old now.
It is. And by the way,
still like 4 years old.
If you've never seen A Very Harold and Kumar Christmas, there's an interview with the director on my channel. Go check that out.
Oh, really? What?
Yeah. Todd Strauss-Schulson. He's the guy that directed Final Girls as well.
Okay. Yeah, I really want to watch the third. I mean, I love the first two Harold and Kumar movies. And then Stan Geezy here, it says Hot Fuzz. Or I'm sorry, it's R1133 is the one that says Hot Fuzz is his favorite of or only scene. That's my favorite of the three.
Hot Fuzz is incredible, and all three of them are great. But I really think that The World's End might actually be the best movie. Not like favorite, but I think it's the best of the three.
Okay. And Sidner says that Harold and Kumar Christmas is better than Escape from Guantanamo Bay. That's crazy. Really? Yeah. That's crazy, and because I just remember people not liking it. In Guantanamo Bay, it was like I remember like throwing up laughing watching that.
So much better.
That's awesome. Yeah, I definitely am gonna get that. I'm pretty sure there's a Blu-ray of it too, so I'll get that this Christmas.
There is. Yeah. I think there was originally a 3D Blu-ray.
3D, yeah, I think there is. I think I got 3D TV so I can watch it.
Well said. Terry says something about getting older makes The World's End easier to appreciate, and I think that's the reason why I appreciate it so much more.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Next on your list, number 9.
All right, my next one, I don't really have much to say about it, just that I really enjoyed this movie. This one is one I actually watched on Netflix. And it's like just randomly put it on one night. It's just one of those random horror movie Netflix nights. I put on Devil's Pass. It's also known as the Dietlov Pass.
Oh, the Dietlov Pass incident.
Yes, that's the other name for it. But it's an IFC film, I believe.
I think so.
Their flip is rather pricey.
Which, by the way, they're a partner label of OCN. Who knows? That could come out through OCN.
I know. So when I saw that OCN was partnering with them, I was like, man, I really hope that gets a release because I don't know if I think that movie may like have gotten like one of those like Best Buy IFC releases that was like only at Best Buy or something like that, and then was gone and became expensive, or it didn't get one at all.
Interesting.
So, yeah, no, that movie is really cool. If you haven't seen it, like as far as like
I have not.
You know, have you? Okay, yeah, it's like just like when you see it, it looks like a sci-fi original style movie, and when you're watching it, it kind of gives you that like kind of TV movie vibes. But it winds up doing some interesting stuff with the story towards the end of it that made it like pretty cool. So I really enjoyed that movie, and when I just saw that on. Because I was looking at the list of different 2013 movies, I was like, you know what? I really enjoyed that movie. And I only watched that probably like 4 years ago. I think I watched that like right before COVID. So
nice.
But yeah, that was a really good movie.
I think we're about to see that the first 4, neither one of us had seen each other's picks.
Okay.
My number 9 is super, super like underseen, especially in the US. I'm going to go with a movie that I just watched I think last year for the first time, and I think I even did a review on I did a review on the channel because Ice, a friend of the channel, he bought me the Blu-ray and said, you got to review it. I did New World. This is a movie from, I believe, South Korea, and it's a crime film directed by Park Hoon-jung that is really great. It's going to come across kind of like The Departed a little bit, with somebody going undercover, playing a bad guy when they're actually a cop, and then there's twists involved in that, and the way that they go in and out through some of the storylines. And I know that sounds weird, but if you watch it, you'll understand. Like they'll zoom in on a portion of somebody's life, and then you'll realize later that there was other things affecting the things that you didn't know that was happening in that scene that you
Oh, I
find out
like
later.
that.
It's a great modern gangster flick. It really highlights like the patriarchal version of like the chain of command of the gangsters of who's going to take over if somebody dies. And it's really just super well directed. It could have been very convoluted because it's a pretty complex story, and it comes across just as a very straight laced, crazy great action gangster flick. There's a couple scenes particular. There is this crazy fight in a parking garage that is insanity. It just turns into like this all out brawl for about a minute and a half, and it's insane. Like you can rewatch it about 10 different times and zoom in on a different portion of the screen
Oh
and
yeah,
appreciate a different part of these fights. It's
that sounds great.
amazing, and it leads into them fighting in an elevator, and it's just either way. If you've never seen this, Well Go USA put out a Blu-ray.
Oh,
It's a really good looking Blu-ray.
okay.
Highly recommend checking it out. This movie is great. Again, if you've probably never heard of it, it's called New World.
Yeah,
It's fantastic.
that does sound great. And again, like I was saying with Penitentiary earlier, that sounds like wrestling. So I'm
Yep,
all about it. That's like any of the movies that are like Bloodsport, like any of the movies that are just like
Bloodsport's
very
great.
similar to like just what professional wrestling is, I'm instantly drawn to it. So like this whole huge brawl thing with
It's so
different
much fun.
there are different things to look at. It definitely has me interested in that. That sounds really exciting. I think I remember you guys talking about that. Ice was the guy that used to do the premium. He would talk about the premiums with you.
That was Fanatical Dragon. I've done a couple of
Fanatical
videos with
Dragon?
him.
Okay.
Yeah, Ice. I think Ice did a video with me and Flip a couple years ago, but that's it.
Okay, because when you were kind of explaining it to me, I was like, man, I think maybe I've heard them talk about this before. So maybe I've
I'm
seen the review that you did. I don't know.
Yeah, could be. Last year I talked about it a lot because it blew me away when I first saw it.
Yeah, I definitely want to check that out. Cool.
All right, number 8, sir.
Okay, for me, 8 is something that I did not see in theaters, and I saw it probably illegally when I won't say that loud, but when I used to do video for the Jacksonville Sharks, which is the arena football team here in town, and the guy that was the director of multimedia there, who was my direct boss that I worked with, because I did video editing and I shot the games and I did stuff for the Jumbotron and stuff in there. I did
Nice.
pretty much everything video related with them. And he would just always have a TV on playing The Office during the week. But then on game day, he would have on Draft Day, the Kevin Costner movie, or Moneyball, where his like legit we would watch him 4 times because we'd be on there all day. So, but one day he put on the movie Rush, which is my 8th title.
Ah,
That movie is so cool, and he actually did 2 movies. This is not a 2013 movie, but he also put on Flight one time, and I was shocked with how much I liked Flight, the Denzel Washington movie.
yeah.
But Rush he put on, and I remember seeing the trailers and stuff for it and be like, yeah, whatever, cool. But actually, so I would have probably never watched that movie, but sitting down and having it playing in the office, I was like, oh my god, this is actually really good. Both amazing acting jobs by the 2 leads, and just amazing, like, car stuff. Like, I'm not even a car guy, but like the racing in it's awesome. The story's like just fast paced and just kind of like, I don't know, it just shocked me. It was way better than I thought it was going to be, and was one of my favorite movies from that year.
I'm not a car person either, so
Yeah.
I never wanted to see this, so I have not. Is this the Chris Hemsworth movie?
Yep. And what I think Brule, what's his name? The guy from like Inglorious Bastards.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's the German guy. He plays the Nicky Lauda. I don't know if you're familiar with the
Not at
racers.
all.
They were like, it's based on a true story of like Formula One racers that were Daniel Brule. Yeah, directed by Ron Howard. But it's based on a real story of these 2 guys that had a competition or a rivalry, in the earlier days. I think like maybe the 80s
Huh.
of race of the Formula One racing, and it's just a crazy story. There's crazy wreck that plays a huge part in the movie. It's really sick. But yeah, Daniel Brühl in it he does a great job in it.
Nice. Yeah, I've not checked it out, and the way you describe it, I would not be against it.
Yeah, definitely do because, like I said, like was not on my like watch list at all, and then saw it and was shocked. So
I think I'm going to end our little streak that we got going of not seeing each other's movies because I'm going with like one of the most mainstream movies on my list here.
okay.
I have to give a nod to The Conjuring.
I've never seen it.
Whoa!
Yeah,
It continues. Amazing.
that is
So
crazy.
it's wild that this is it. Let me see. What's the best way to say this? Like, obviously, this is an incredibly mainstream horror movie. It is like the way that you would describe the most average cliche of modern horror movies, but this kind of
It
started
started
all of
that.
that.
Yes.
Well, I guess this and Insidious kind of did
Yeah.
together, but
Yeah.
this movie is shockingly good when you go back and rewatch it. The horror is actually well done. There's like 3 or 4 really good long-lasting scares, but also just shout out to this entire cast being great in this. I mean, everybody that's in this, Patrick Wilson, like living in this character and just being incredible. Vera Farmiga being astonishing as his partner. Ron Livingston playing interesting part in this. All of like the kid actors do really well. It sets up obviously this weird Conjuring universe that we have now, and it wouldn't have been able to do that if it didn't work for so many millions of people. This movie is actually really well shot, and it's because it's like this interesting period piece. It gives you this weird feeling when you walk away of like you transported into something
Yeah.
completely different, and it was so well designed. Like the production design for it is actually super well thought out, and it's because of that. If you've never seen The Conjuring, you probably should. It's again very cliche, and now it might be a little weird to go back and watch it for the first time, but it's just great. It's just a really great horror movie.
Well, you know what's even more fucked up is that I've seen The Conjuring 2 in theaters, and I saw I saw Annabelle Creation in theaters.
Wow.
Yeah, which is very funny to think about. And I have not seen it. This is just because the girl I was with wanted to see him, and so I was like, all right, whatever, we'll go see him. But I believe it's The Conjuring 2 is the one that takes place in the like English flat.
The second one is yes.
Yeah, that's that one with the old guy and all the crosses on
The
the wall turned
Yeah.
upside down. Yeah, I saw that one in theaters.
Yeah, and again, that one's pretty good. It's just
I,
not quite
I
as good as the
loved it.
first
Yeah,
one.
I thought it was awesome.
The third one is pretty bad.
Okay.
So yeah.
Yeah, whatever.
Annabelle Creation was pretty good though.
I dug Annabelle Creation too. I love the whole like the out that house like all the way out in
Out in the middle of nowhere.
in the middle of nowhere, the school bus, like all that stuff. Like all that it hits all the boxes I like in the horror movie. So
And again, the first Annabelle movie, garbage, hot garbage. So you started with the good one. Sibner
awesome.
says Patrick Wilson, one of the nicest guys ever. He was shooting a low budget film with him. Sibner was shooting a low budget film with him on Sibner's birthday, and he sang to him.
What song did he sing to you?
I'm assuming "Happy Birthday."
Sing you the Marilyn Monroe Happy Birthday Sibner version. No, how was it? That's awesome.
Well, and also Patrick Wilson, like ballsy enough to put out Insidious. What was the last one? Was it 5 or whatever? And at the very end, he puts out like he is the director of Insidious 5, and then ends the movie with the credits of him playing a song with his own rock band. Like that's ballsy. Patrick Wilson is great.
I've never seen the Insidious movies either.
Wow,
I know.
They're pretty good. They're pretty good.
Yeah, I got to check those out. And also, I considered what's the Cabin in the Woods. I consider that like kind of that start of this new era of horror.
Yeah,
that's another.
Speaking of Chris Hemsworth, there you go.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, number 7.
Oh, it's back on mine. Okay, so this is the one that people are gonna laugh at stuff that I have in front of this one. Probably
nobody's gonna laugh. Come on.
But no, I'm just saying, just because of the subject matter of this film is so serious. But is 12 Years a Slave. This movie is fucking amazing. It should be the number one, just like from the filmmaking merit alone. Absolutely amazing acting job by everybody in the movie. It's an art film that broke into the mainstream. And like, have you seen it?
I saw it once, and this
Okay.
is the thing. I debated this earlier because I really need to see it again. I haven't seen it since
Mm,
2013, and I just don't
okay.
remember enough about it.
Yeah, there's like a scene in it that where he's like being hung, but not necessarily like high, like just enough to like be annoying to him. Where his like feet are kind of like on the ground and they like sit on it for a very long time. And it's
Right.
such an effective scene that I still think about it all the time. It's
Jeez.
so crazy. You're talking about ballsy to do something like that in a
Yeah.
film that was, a huge mainstream film that year. Um, yeah, no, it's crazy that we got this film with the cast that we have in it is nuts. And that year in 2013, I still have not seen 12 Years. It is very unnerving, and it's shot in a way. The scene. Are you familiar with the story? I don't. You've
Yeah.
seen it, so yeah. So have you ever seen the Solomon Northup's Odyssey? I think is what it's
I
called.
don't
The
think so.
PBS Playhouse. So that was like another thing that we watched in school. So I saw that. I want to say my freshman year or sophomore year of high school, and so this came out in 2013. So like I want to say it came out my senior year, maybe like tail end of my junior year. Hard to watch, yeah, for sure. Shamlin, totally different films, yeah. I mean, he's a auteur, like he has his own unique style, his filmmaking style, his authorship. Like, you're watching one of his movies when you're watching it. But yeah, so the story, I was super familiar with the story going into it. We had to watch it in our American history class. And so I was like super excited to go see this, and I missed it in theaters, and I bought it at Movie Stop. Oh, I have it here. I forgot. I wanted to pull
Nice.
out. Yes. So I have it with the slipcover. How cool is that? But
Very nice.
yeah, I got this and watched it on my TV and fell in love with it. And yeah, it's an amazing movie. I think more people should see it. It's not talked about as much as you would think, because at the
Yeah.
time it was talked about so much. There's another film that I don't have on my list that at the time was talked about so much, and I'm surprised how little it's talked about now. I'll wait until after we go through everything to see if you have it on yours. But yeah, 12 Years a Slave is amazing. I definitely suggest anybody watch it that haven't seen it.
Yeah, I need to rewatch this one, and I will agree. It seems odd because the year and a half after this released,
Yeah.
this movie was everywhere. This was
Oh,
on.
it was so huge, right?
Everybody talked about this movie nonstop, and then after that, everybody said, "You know what? Like that was too hard to watch. We're not even going to remember that it
Yes.
exists."
And I wanted to say that something else somebody said earlier, that it was like unnerving. The scene where he gets like tricked into becoming where he gets tricked to
Yeah.
become a slave. It's so, the way that it's shot is so fucking like eerie and creepy. And one of the guys that plays the guy is like, I want to say he's like one of the guys from like Wild and Out. He's like one of the white guys from Wild and Out or something like that. He's like, I can't remember what he is, but he's like known for doing like comedy or something. And it shouldn't work, but it does. And he kind of just like plays one of those guys. And when you go to think back about it, it's like really scary, like in a Joel Osteen kind of way. Like it's just very like unnerving. That's a great word.
Oh man, perfect. I love the whiplash that we're going to get from talking about 12 Years a Slave to this next title.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Some of the movies I have in front of 12 Years a Slave is like, come on.
So my number 7 is one that I'm going to say some controversial things because so many people hold other things related to this so dearly. But I have to admit, Evil Dead 2013 is my favorite of the Evil Dead franchise. Over the first one, over Evil Dead 2, far over Army of Darkness, even Evil Dead Rise. I liked it enough, but Evil Dead 2013 is still number 1 for me. I think it's something about it. It just made it that much more harrowing for me. The movie is bloody as hell. It's got different story, not necessarily storylines, but it's got like different plot points that are so important to grounding it in a semblance of reality that it just hit home for me even more so than some of the others. And like, I love the comedy in Evil Dead 2. We all do, but something about watching this one from Evil Dead 2013, I enjoy it more than the others. It is easily the one that I've wanted to rewatch more than the others. That being said, I still love the others. I'm not saying any of those are bad. It's just this one, for some reason, is a personal attachment for favorite out of the 5 that we have so far. I think the acting is incredible in this. I think the creepy makeup is super well done. I mean, it literally fucking rains blood in this movie. Like, that's really damn cool.
That's awesome. Yeah.
Again, I love this movie. If you have not checked it out, the 4K that Scream Factory put out looks pretty damn good.
Oh hell yeah! I have not. This is another one. I still have not seen any of your movies.
Damn. And the next one, I already know you haven't seen it, so we're doing pretty well.
Oh damn! Okay, damn, that's crazy. Yeah, no, I've only have ever seen the original Evil Dead and Army of Darkness. I've seen most of Evil Dead 2 on TV through the years, so like I kind of count that I've seen that before, but I've not seen the 2013 or Rises. I really want to get Evil Dead Rises too.
Yeah, Evil Dead Rise is fun. It's, in my opinion, it's the worst of the 5, but it's not. Again, it's not bad. It's just, I don't know.
I heard lots of people saying that the opening title scene's awesome.
Oh, it may be the best opening title reveal in the last 20 years. Literally,
that's my favorite. I love opening titles, so like that makes me want to watch it more than anything.
It is so well done.
Okay, I'm about that.
Okay, we are on to your number 6.
Deaf Crocodile. Same. So Army Darkness was the first one I watched as well. Okay.
Yeah.
My number 6 now is the last one I don't have a disc for. Nice. And it is The Place Beyond the Pines.
Okay.
That movie, I rented it on Redbox. That's how I saw it back in the Redbox days. And that was a movie that I watched with my dad. And so like any movie I watch with my dad, I'll forever have that connection and make me love it. You know, he's a huge motorcycle guy. And so he was super interested in the, Ryan Gosling's character with the bike. And now when I think about that movie, it transports me back to that time in my life. That senior year of high school. There's a Salem track in that movie that's like used at the house party, which is like just like such a crazy like underground hip hop song that like nobody knows. Like, it's crazy that it's in that movie. And Mahershala Ali's in it, kills it. I like Ryan Gosling's. That was like his hot streak right there, where he did Drive, Place Beyond the Pines, Only God Forgives, like killing it right there. Yeah, no, that movie's awesome. I love the whole beginning of the movie more than anything. Just the Ryan Gosling story about I think it's the opening scene is where he's on the bike riding around like the circle of death thing. Like, just there's lots of great shots in it, and more so than anything, it's that connection that I have to it in that time period of my life is just like, it'll forever be in my top favorite movies from that year.
This is such a weird one for me because this is a movie I've almost watched like 6 times. I've seen the opening, I think 4 out of those 6 times, and then other 2 times we've like planned to watch it and something has come up. But something about this movie, it just has not been able to work out yet. It looks good, and Gosling was incredible around this time. I mean, not that he's terrible now or anything.
Yeah, he's always great. Yeah,
right.
There's a chase scene in it too, where he's being chased by the cops on the bike. Awesome. That's one of my favorite chase scenes. It's fire.
Nice.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely get to that one soon. I like that a lot. I see Sibner says you can't get behind it. People love it. It's just not for me. Yeah, it's cool. I could definitely see where people don't like it. A lot of these films like that we're talking about, I could see easily where people don't like them.
For sure.
They're kind of like dated in a way, right? Like you were saying earlier, like it's kind of, we're getting to that point now where it's far enough away to where like they're like not that they're not respected, but like at one point these movies were so respected, but now they're almost just forgot about.
Yeah.
So
I definitely want to check this one out. And beyond that, Gosling has made so many interesting choices that I could see people hating a lot of the movies that he's done. So,
Yeah, true.
All right, number 6. Number again, I mentioned. I know that you've not seen this one. I had to have her on my list.
Okay. Yeah.
This
I would
movie
imagine
is
it would be on mine.
this movie is a spectacle. Spike
Yeah.
Jonze directs the ever living hell out of this movie.
Oh,
When
yeah.
when you hear the concept for this movie, you don't think it's going to work, and then somehow it is sold so beautifully because it's directed so perfectly. But beyond that, Joaquin Phoenix is a masterclass of acting in this movie. He delivers emotions and this weird companionship that you don't think somebody could deliver on screen, and he's beautiful in this. Beyond that, the supporting characters are really well done, but just the fact that you are given this new near future world and this what is really odd about this is 11 years ago this was like a far out there movie, and
Yeah.
nowadays like
Wow.
we're talking about AI companions and shit like that. So this is
Yeah.
such a weird time to reassess this movie. And if you have never checked it out, like Joaquin Phoenix has been a gift to film for decades, clearly, but
Yeah.
this is like one of the prestige films that he's done, and he is so just he is so authentic in this, which he is always want to do in every single one of his roles. But again, Spike Jonze is probably the main gift behind this, because without the good directing, this movie would not have worked at all.
Yeah. I love being John Malkovich.
Yeah.
I love Jackass. I love all of his music videos. I mean, he really is super talented, and I believe Arcade Fire does a couple tracks for the movie, correct?
I think so. For me, Arcade Fire's never been super well respected.
I love Arcade Fire.
I love it. That people love it, but never
okay.
been
I
one.
understand why people wouldn't like that. I understand.
Yeah, I get it. All right, we're in top 5 territory, sir.
That's crazy. That is super crazy. And I also wanted to comment at Sibner saying Gosling's been killing it since Young Hercules. Is that before Say Cheese and Die Goosebumps episode? Or is that he's been killing it since that for sure. I know that.
Yeah, Gosling's always pretty great. And Stan, you're right. I probably should mention Scarlett Johansson delivering a voice performance in that movie that is, it's the entire movie, literally. She is the movie.
Okay. Yeah. Isn't there a few pretty big actresses that that are voices in it, right?
There's I think Bill Hader plays a voice actor.
Is one like Rooney Mara one of the?
Rooney Mara is actually in the movie, not just a voice. Okay. And then Chris Pratt is in the movie. Okay. I think with Bill Hader, I think Kristen Wiig is the other voice.
Oh, okay, nice.
Something like that. And then Amy Adams is also in the movie. So
nice.
really great movie.
Yeah, that's been high up on my watch list since the day it came out. So now we're going on to top 4 here.
Now, top 5. You're number 5 first.
Oh, I'm at number 5?
Yeah.
I just skipped over number 6 is what I did. No.
Okay, so the last one was number 6.
Was my number 5. I'm going to go to number 6. I can't believe I skipped this one. It's a documentary that I saw on Netflix back when it came out. Is The Act of Killing.
Okay, this is a good pick. Yeah.
Yes, that movie is so fucking nuts. And I got a few of my friends to watch it last year, and they texted me. It was the first movie they watched last year for 2023. They were like, "What the fuck was that?"
Way to start the year off.
Yeah, it is super dark, super fucking hardcore. That's if you think 12 Years a Slave is unnerving and hard to watch, The Act of Killing is pretty awful. Yeah. Stan Geezy said The Act of Killing is so disturbing. It's almost so disturbing that it doesn't feel real.
Right.
It's almost hard for your brain to comprehend what you're watching.
Yep.
It's like so bizarre. I don't want to really speak too much about it for people that haven't seen it, because I think that that's part of what makes it, because it's a documentary, you kind of want to learn about what's happening in the movie, but it's it's quite amazing, and it's pretty accessible too. I'm pretty sure that it's on like most streaming services and stuff like that. It's
Generally,
been
yeah.
around for so long, and I believe the filmmakers kind of did like another similar film there afterwards, and I have not seen that.
I think so. I think I remember reading about that.
Yeah, but yeah, I had kind of like shut that movie out of my brain for a little bit, and when I kept seeing it on my list of 2013 films, I was like, yeah, that's definitely going to be on there. But I would like to see that get a nice release from somewhere. I don't know if that's ever had a Blu-ray or 4K release or anything.
I feel like it did have a Blu-ray release.
If it does, it's probably just like a studio release or something. I
The
would like to see Criterion or
Active
somebody get a hold of that and put out a really nice disc.
The Act of Killing came out through Draft House Films, actually.
Oh, wow. No way. That's crazy.
Yeah.
You know, and some of that stuff is coming out now through other companies.
Yep.
Which, so maybe that will happen. I'll just throw this in here. And I saw this in theaters in 2013, or maybe it was 2014, probably 2013, but the Draft House of Roar. Did you ever see that?
Roar is wild.
Bro, holy shit. I watched the trailer for it like a couple months ago and started crying. I was like, that was like one of the best theater experiences I've ever had in my life. That movie's nuts too. But yeah, I hope more of that Draft House stuff comes out soon.
Now that we're talking about it, I feel like a lot of Draft House movies were 2013 films, because that was the year that Draft House really leaned into physical media. They did the Congress, I think, came out that year.
Okay.
There is A Field in England was that year, and they also did that one. There's a few others.
England. Yeah, that's 2013 too, I believe, right? Yeah. That they were the Sunray here in town. They were showing a lot of those Draft House movies.
There you go.
Catch a lot of those in theaters that year.
There you go. All right, so my number 5. This is one that when I was making the list, I thought this was going to be 1 or 2, and then I realized everything else that came out this year, and not that it's bad. Like, we're at the thing where I think the rest of my list are all like 100% masterpieces, probably.
Okay.
Just hard to rank these for sure. Number 5 is with an attachment to my last pick, Scarlett Johansson in Under the Skin.
I have not seen it, and it's my friend that likes Primer. This is like another one of his favorite movies.
You have not seen a single one of my movies yet. That's astonishing.
Yeah, that is crazy.
So Under the Skin, the biggest thing right now that we should probably mention is it's directed by the exact same person that we talked about at the beginning of the show, because it's directed by Jonathan Glazer, which we just talked about. A giant 2020
film, right?
Yeah, because he's only done
like 4. He did what?
4 or 5. Sexy Beast was the big one,
and then he did that other one in like 2005 with Nicole Kidman.
Birth. 2004.
2004, yeah.
And then, of course,
I've never seen any of those. Yeah, Jonathan Glazer's first movie I saw was Virtual Insanity music video.
Nice. And then, Zone of Interest. Not to tiptoe around that too much, but that all of these are incredible. But Under the Skin is wild. For those that have never seen it, Scarlett Johansson plays an alien, basically, that comes in to attract people as she portrays a character that is beautiful, as she's like the perfect one to do this, and it's just a mysterious woman that is there to seduce lonely men that are, some of them looking for sex work, whatever. And there is just so much that I can't say because it would ruin the entire movie. It's just
yes, please don't.
It is a wild movie to go into it not knowing anything, so please watch Under the Skin. Scarlett Johansson is brilliant in this, and it's a very subtle movie. It's one that you could easily watch and get lost in and not walk out of fully understanding or fully loving, but just, it's one of those things that will get under your skin, pardon the pun, but it will stick with you for weeks after. This movie is so crazily well made. Like, it is, I think some of it was shot on the streets, wherever they shot it in Europe, and it was done in a way that was just, let's walk around with the camera and do some beautiful stuff. And Jonathan Glazer is an incredible director. Definitely need to check it out.
Hell yeah. No, that's definitely super high on my.
Sia Craig.
Yes, sir. See ya. Thank you for hanging out for so late. I appreciate it.
Oh, there you go. Simner says a lot of this was shot guerrilla style with Scarlett Johansson just driving around in a van.
Hell yeah.
Interesting. Oh, and look at that. Couch says Under the Skin is an easy number one. Interesting.
Yeah, no, I would say that that's probably the second highest on my watch list after her from 2013.
Yeah, Stan says many of the actors were not professionals. I think most of the actors were not professionals.
Oh, I like that. I love non-actors. I love the use of non-actors in films. L'Argent that I was talking to you about earlier.
Yeah.
That movie has a whole bunch of non-actors in it.
Nice.
That's an awesome movie.
Some of the guys she picked up in the van, not actors, she actually just picked them up. That's crazy.
That's scary.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, for somebody like Scarlett Johansson, it's especially
Scarlett
scary.
Johansson picks me up off the street.
Ruben is saying, I'm wanting to watch this. Where can I stream it? It is currently on HBO Max. And if you have access to Canopy, it's also on Canopy.
Hell yeah.
All right. I believe I can almost guarantee you've seen the next one. So we're getting into that realm.
I guarantee you've seen all 4 of the next 4. Most people probably have. They're all huge movies.
All right. Number 4, sir.
For me, now this one, again, it's terrible. I might catch flack for it. And it's hard to talk about with people, but blue is the warmest color.
Oh, okay.
This movie, because of all the stuff that's went down behind the scenes afterwards, like director being canceled and he's a dirtbag or whatever. So it's hard to talk about the movie now and not talk about that. But especially because the performances in this movie are so amazing. And now we know that maybe it was forced out of them in a way that shouldn't have been. So it's hard to talk about, any of that, especially with how much sexuality is used in this movie.
Yeah.
You see penis in it, which is nice. Not very often that you see
rare.
That you don't see dick in movies. So it's cool that there's some dick in this movie. But I watched it at I think I started it at 2 a.m. one night and didn't realize that it was a 3-hour movie. And I got about halfway through it and I was like, how long is this thing? And I picked up the case and I was like, oh man, that was back in the day when I didn't have to think about every movie that I watched.
Right.
All right, what time is it? What is it? I could just stay up till 5 a.m. watching movies. And it kept me up and was just so amazing. And it's so heartbreaking and it's so emotional. It's absolutely it. Is there lots of penis and under the skin too? Shit. Okay, I gotta get that.
Lots of penis and under the skin.
Yeah. No, it's absolutely amazing movie, and it's a shame that we'll never get a follow up to it. Especially the way that it ends. It's absolutely amazing movie. So
Stan says, I've not seen this film and I know nothing about it. So for anybody that's never seen it, it is a very sexual film that is based around just the deep emotions of desire and loss all together. There's so much that happens in this. It is literally just about those journeys of discovering love and yourself in love.
And at the time period, which now people don't speak this way because it's stupid to, I don't know, to even talk about stuff like this way. But when it came out, it was praised for its depiction of a lesbian relationship.
Right.
People were saying oh, it's the most accurate representation of a lesbian relationship, which now when you say that, especially because how sexual the movie is, oh yeah, a man saying this is the most accurate description, but it does, but at that time period, that's how people were talking about this movie, and it was super highly regarded for a long time. And it's another one of those movies that's just kind of not talked about anymore, especially after everything that happened with the director.
Stan is asking, what's the deal with the director?
Does he know it? And he just wants me to say it?
No, he didn't know anything about the movie, so he knows nothing.
I mean, from what I've read very briefly, I don't tend to get super deep into any of this stuff because, none of us were there.
Right.
But that he may have, been a little too egregious with retakes and forced them to work like super long overtime, where he was basically like keeping them naked for a very long period of time and making them do love scenes over and over and over and over and over. And
Yeah.
was apparently really mean to them and yelled and all sorts of negative stuff.
And Ronnie says, as a lesbian, it was clear to me that this was directed by a straight man. I did not care for it.
Yeah, no, and that's exactly. So that's what's funny is that like at that time period, people being like, "Oh, this is such a clear description, or the most faithful depiction of a lesbian thing." And then now that we know all this stuff about it, it's like I don't know about that. It's like pretty. It's just as a very sexy movie. So
Right.
like to say that that's a true depiction is like very funny to say that now. It's kind of silly, but yeah, I mean, it's really just a depiction of younger person experiencing what they believe to be true love for the first time and what happens. So
Right.
mostly by straight viewers. Yes, that is true.
Absolutely.
AKA the white dude that worked at the Barnes and Noble that told me that. That probably
Okay.
definitely had never had sex before. I don't know.
Have a good night, Paul. See you, sir. Moving on to my number 4. This is a movie, speaking of the canceled director, because everybody hated him. This is a movie where everybody hates most of the characters in this movie. And
Yes.
I think that's why this movie is really complex and much more
Yeah.
than I expected. But my number 4 is Wolf of Wall Street.
Nice.
This is a Scorsese flick, which stars Leonardo DiCaprio, of course, playing Jordan Belfort, I think is his last name.
Belfort. Yeah. Jordan
And
Belfort.
he is somebody that was a piece of shit and made a shit ton of money and made a lot of bad decisions. And you basically just see him spiraling for 3 hours. And this movie is really well acted. And again, a lot of people walked out of this hating it because nobody in this movie is likable. You walk out of this going like, there's no hero. And yeah, you're right. The story is basically telling you some people just plain fucking suck. It's not it's not a movie that you go into looking for role models in any way. You get a weird performance out of Jonah Hill, you get a super short performance out of Matthew McConaughey, that's iconic now. You get some iconic scenes, speaking of nudity, with Margot Robbie, and really it's just directed superbly by Martin Scorsese. And again, banger soundtrack. This is a really great needle drop soundtrack, like always, from Scorsese. But also it's truly just one of DiCaprio's best performances. It is him living in a character that is truly heinous in every single scene. But the funny thing is, he's so heinous, he's just having a blast being evil, and DiCaprio owns it in every single scene.
Yeah. What do we do if there's crossover now? Because this is also in my top 3.
It's up to you. You can mention it now, or you can wait till it's in that spot.
I mean, we can just talk about it now. This was my number 1.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, this was my number 1. This is the movie that I was saying came out on Christmas Day, but I saw it on January 1st. This is the Arrow 4K.
Beautiful release.
I had to get it because it's one of my. It was my favorite movie of all time for a long period. Still, now I don't have a favorite movie of all time. That's what I always say. But I do not have this open because I have the Blu-ray and I just haven't watched it yet since I've got this one. But yeah, when it came out, I actually didn't realize that. I knew it was a Martin Scorsese movie and I knew it'd be like crazy, but I didn't realize like the level that it would take it.
Oh, he went for it. Yeah,
he went for it. So I went and oh yeah, there's some dick in this movie too, I guess. For a quick second, you see some Jonah Hill cock.
Oh, that's right.
It could be prosthetic, but
it's probably a stand-in penis.
It probably is. So, which I think blue is the warmest color. Use prosthetics too. I think they've talked about that. But when I went and saw this, my dad's boss, he had told me that he had went and saw it on Christmas Day with his family, and they left 5 minutes in. And I was like, oh, he must have just not liked it. I didn't know why they left, but then now, after watching the first 5 minutes of that movie, I was like, oh, yeah, that's a funny movie for the family to go see on Christmas. Unisex coat. Yeah, exactly. And that sells me on everything. But yeah, it's probably the shortest 3-hour movie of all time. Like you
Oh
feel like
yeah.
it goes by in like an hour. It's paced phenomenally.
Yep.
Like you said, Matthew McConaughey's performance is iconic in it now.
Who wasn't
Kyle
even supposed to be
Chandler-
in the movie. He just
yeah,
he
yeah,
was hanging out basically, and he was like, "Hey, I could do this."
yeah. And that was part of the Matthew McConaughey renaissance of
Yep,
movies right there. And
absolutely.
Kyle Chandler is amazing in it. Like everybody, like this, the all star cast it's so fire, and Spike Jones is in the movie too. It's just like absolutely amazing. Everything about it is so great. I'm not gonna echo everything you just said, but dittoed all that. And then I watched the movie with my mom, which was funny because like
Nice.
like I said, her and I watched shit growing up together. Like I don't want to say grown up together. She's not like close in age with me or anything, but we watched whatever. And to me, it's never been like a thing. And I remember telling my friends, I was like, yeah, I showed my mom Wolf of Wall Street last night. And they're like, what's wrong with you, bro? And I'm like, what do you mean? They're like, the movie's so fucked up. You don't show your mom that kind of stuff. I'm like, I don't care.
And yet, what was that like 6 weeks ago? I told everybody in here, yeah, I just showed my mom and my wife kids last night.
Like
Oh,
that's me.
amazing.
Like it's a movie, man. Come
Right.
on.
And I mean, so much of it's kids is so realistic. People just
Yeah,
lived that life. We've all gone through shit like a lot of that.
exactly. That's like shit that kids that I hung out with. It was very similar to that.
Right.
That time period too, 2013, 2012. I think I first saw kids in 2010, 2011. That time period was very similar to the way those kids behave in that movie and speak. I don't
Yeah.
think that a lot of the kids are like that now in that same direct way. You know, they're they're worse in different ways. You know what I mean? But like, it's just like butterscotch baby. I mean, it's insane. But yeah.
Well, since we got your number one, maybe we'll skip to my number three before your number three. That way we can still alternate a little bit.
Okay.
This one, I have a feeling you did not watch, but I feel like maybe you did because it feels like a very Florida movie. My number three is probably one of the super indie movies on here, which I love that it's up so high on this list. Jeremy Saulnier's Blue Ruin. Have you seen Blue Ruin?
No, I haven't.
All right, so Blue Ruin was directed by the same guy that did Green Room, and Blue
Ooh, I
Ruin.
haven't seen Green Room either.
Oh, good God, Gage. Blue Ruin is a story about revenge that is unnecessary and over the top, but because of that, it is beyond necessary. And this movie is just a gut punch and sweaty, and it is just such a real life situation that Macon Blair delivers a performance that everybody needs to see to believe. This guy, he played a much smaller part in Green Room, and he's been, I believe, in all of Jeremy Saulnier's stuff, but this movie in particular is harrowing and real. And one of the things about it that I love is that it's full of like mistakes. Like if somebody's running, they're not going to run and not trip. They're not going to not get tired. They're not going to be exhausted to the point where they can't do something. It is just this real life. I can't even say action, but there's like some action heavy scenes, but it's just a harrowing revenge story that everybody needs to see. This movie is astonishing, and Green Room is his best by far, but it didn't come out in 2013. But Blue Ruin is an underseen movie that is not quite as popular because A24 didn't do Blue Ruin, and this movie is a masterpiece of indie filmmaking. I think it is a great movie.
Hell yeah! And you said it's Floridian.
It feels very Floridian. I don't know. I don't think it's set in Florida, but it's got like that humid, swampy feeling of everybody here is just miserable walking outside, and it makes them ticked off, and so they're already on edge because everything sucks.
Okay. Yeah, no, that ticks all the boxes for me. I like that. I'll have that
Nice.
on my watch list too. There's Blu-ray of that.
Yeah, there definitely is a Blu-ray of that. Yeah,
Okay, cool. Heck yeah.
I don't
Yeah, that's
remember who put it
definitely
out. It was definitely not A24 though, but
okay.
I mean,
Yeah, I probably have that on my watch list. I think that's on my watch list already, but it's on my mental watch list now.
so Blue Ruin got one of those old Anchor Bay Stars Blu-ray releases.
Wow.
It's
That's like
probably out of print now.
yeah, it probably is. Yep.
But yeah,
Dang.
Macon Blair in this is just pitch perfect acting.
Yeah. Heck yeah. Stan Geezy says that too. Making Blair is pitch perfect.
Perfect timing. Thank you, Stan. Great
I
minds.
thought it was the Deep South.
Okay, so yeah, it couldn't have been that far off.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Well, see, where I live in Jacksonville, that's more the Deep South than people think of than Florida.
Right.
Jacksonville's kind of deep. It's kind of South Georgia.
South
So like
Georgia.
Miami is not the Deep South. Tampa and Orlando is not the Deep South, but Jacksonville still is kind of Deep Southy. We're still kind of
Right.
South Georgia-y. We're more South Georgia than we are Miami.
All right, sir. What is your number 3?
Okay, so my number 3 is very Floridian. And earlier, I think it was Sibner that said it was one of the first A24 movies. This is one of the first A24 movies too, and I saw it in theaters.
Nice.
And that is Spring Breakers. This movie, so obviously,
Speaking of Harmony Korine.
yep, I saw Kids in Gummo in high school, and so the fact that this guy had a new movie coming out, I was like, let's fucking go! Like, I'm so super excited for this, and it's like one of the characters is playing a character that's kind of like Riff Raff in it, and Gucci Mane's in it, and Vanessa Hudgens and Selena Gomez, and there's a cameo by Jeff Jarrett, the wrestler, who plays like a
It's
preacher.
such a
Like,
Harmony movie.
it's so crazy. Yeah, it's very Floridian in it. I think a lot of it takes place in Daytona, which
Yep.
is like known to be like the trashiest like spring break location.
Trashy Party Beach.
Yeah, that's like, you know who goes to spring break in Daytona? Is people that live in Daytona. That's the only people that go there. Yeah, Double J does rule. He's the shit. But yeah, look at my shit. That's my favorite. And then immediately after watching this movie, I went and bought some Zubaz shorts because he's wearing some in that scene. I had some red and black Zubaz shorts that I wore, and that was my high school's colors, so I would wear them to school too.
Nice.
But yeah, this movie, I saw it in theaters with my girl that I was seeing in high school at the time, and she actually bought me this Blu-ray for Christmas that year.
Very
But
nice.
yeah, and which is great because it's an old A24 slipcover that I know
That
some
slip
of
is
these are
hard to find nowadays.
they're hard to find, and I was very lucky she got this from me at Movie Stop, which
Nice.
RIP to Movie Stop. But yeah, no, I was surprised that like she dug it too because it's such a bizarre out there movie. You know, it's not for everybody. But yeah, this is one I've probably rewatched this more than most movies in the past 10 years. It's probably the movie I've rewatched the most just because so many people are interested in it, you know.
Right.
They're like, oh, isn't that weird movie that had like the Disney girls in it? And so, oh, yeah, let's check it out. So, like, I've watched it probably like 5 or 6 times. And this is another movie with like crazy needle drops in it. And
Yep.
like, of that time period, it's crazy to go back and listen to it now because it opens with the Skrillex song and then ends with the Ellie Goulding. And it's like, man, this is like such a time capsule of this year. And like little did we know that A24 would blow up and become like the biggest of all time after that. But yeah, that movie that's a real Florida movie for you right there. That's for real what it's like down here.
I love that Selena Gomez was in this because she was trying to get away from the Disney image, and her mom loved Gummo. And something like the script went across Selena Gomez's her PR person or whatever, and she I believe said no at first, and her mom was like, "Hold on, Harmony Korine, you have to do this."
No
and
way.
so she trusted her mom and did it because of what her mom thought about Gummo.
That's really tight. I didn't know that. I've seen like interviews with Selena Gomez, and she seems pretty sick. I don't know. I might have her confused with a different Disney star, but I'm pretty sure it's Selena Gomez that does the Our Place, like pots and pans, like kitchenware stuff. Now we have a whole bunch of that shit at my house.
Yep, I think
It's
that's her.
it's it's like the best pot I've ever owned in my life. It's so easy to clean. It's the shit. So I'm all for Selena Gomez.
I love that we just got an infomercial for Selena Gomez pots.
Yeah, it's so funny. But yeah, Spring Breakers. That's my number. That's my number 3. So I only have one more left to go.
Yep. Man, this is gonna be another whiplash because we're going from Harmony Korine and Spring Breakers to like this super classy joint. I think this is the only Criterion title on my entire list, and
Mm.
I had to go with the Coen Brothers Inside Llewyn Davis.
Oh, I have not seen that either. I love Oscar Isaacs and I love the Coen Brothers, and I've not seen this.
Oscar Isaac is immaculate in this movie. I really just got to say, a lot of my stuff you'll probably notice I've talked about the music quite a bit tonight, and Spring Breakers is the perfect segue into that because the music is such a big part. But Inside Llewyn Davis is this gorgeous story with Oscar Isaac and Justin Timberlake, and really funny performance from Adam Driver of just this weird isolation and loneliness, and Oscar Isaac delivers it in just this really understated way that you really feel for him. And there are so many random things that happen that because he's already in such a low place, like a cat getting out of somebody's apartment can just absolutely gut somebody.
Mhm.
This movie though is so beyond special. I mean, it's this very cold movie. There's certain scenes in the snow that really exacerbate that, but the music itself delivers on this coldness in a way that you're really not prepared for until you hear Adam Driver singing in a stupid low voice on the background of some of these tracks. And it's a movie that you can walk away from like amazed that you just saw something so great, yet also go, I kind of just want to go sit in a corner and think for a little bit now. And it hurts for a little bit because this story doesn't have that clean ending. It's the Coen brothers. They've never done that. And everything about this movie is just it's just like that perfect slice of life film. And the Coen brothers have done that a few times, and this one is done to absolute perfection.
That's awesome. Yeah, that's been super high up on my Criterion wish list forever, and it's just one that's always escaped me.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Highly recommend it.
And I didn't know that John Goodman was in that.
John Goodman is in almost every Coen brothers movie since whatever the first one is. So yeah, he's not in this. I don't think he's in this for super long, but
okay.
Yeah, it's a good one.
That's really sick. Yeah, that's definitely on my watch list. Stan Geezy said he's so eager to see Corinne's new film. Me too. And I still have not seen, I think it's Beach Bum was his last one. I have not seen that yet. I still need to see that. But I did go and see the Travis Scott Utopia concert film in theaters this year, and he pretty much directs most of that because the movie is basically set up like with a few music videos at the start. It's it's only like an hour and 10 minutes long. It's pretty short, I believe. But like the first like 8 minutes of it is like 3 different music videos, and one of them is Gaspar Noé does one of the videos in it, and then there's some other big directors, but then Harmony Korine directs like the whole like last 45 minutes of it, which is all shot at the Coliseum, like the Pompeii, like where Pink Floyd performed. It's all kind of shot in there, like with speakers set up and everything. It's pretty cool. But so I did get to see that in theaters this year. And then Flickering Waves say, if it was supposed to be Daytona, that's funny since a lot of it was shot on the west coast of Florida. I believe that they shot it in a few different cities, and I think it was Vice that put out a
Vice has done a few things on Corinne,
yeah, Vice did like a 3-part like series on their YouTube channel that around the time that came out, where they talked about like the behind the scenes of filming it. Pretty sure they filmed that like almost all over. Like I think West Coast, Miami, Daytona. I think they filmed it in like 5 or 6 different cities here in Florida. I think they picked and choose like different locations, but yeah, it's a fire movie. So I guess it's my last one.
Yep, number 2, your last one.
Okay, so this one we can argue about its release date because IMDb says 2012. But
Interesting.
I have the Criterion, and the Criterion disc says 2013 on the back. So who do we believe?
Well, what it probably played film festivals.
It's exactly that. It played film festivals. It's on IMDb. It does say that the nationwide release was 2013.
Well, I tend to go with the nationwide release.
Okay, cool. Yeah, but it says 2013 on the Criterion packaging. But mine is Frances Ha.
Yeah.
It's my number 2, though. By the way, Wolf of Wall Street was my number 1, but Frances Ha is my number 2. This next to Spring Breakers is probably the one I've rewatched the most in the past 10 years. I've probably watched this like 4 or 5 times. I don't rewatch a lot of movies because I'm so
Same.
I have my whole wall of of shit over here. So yeah, I have a lot of stuff that I'm always trying to catch up with. So it's very rare that I rewatch movies. So if I've rewatched a movie like more than 3 times, that's pretty rare. Right. But Frances Ha was one of the first probably 10, 15 Criterions that I got. And I got it because it was a newer movie. And it was shot with the Canon 5D Mark II, which was a digital camera. I was super interested. Noah Baumbach was not my favorite director to work with. I'd like to hear more about that. But it was shot with the Canon 5D Mark II, which was at that time was a camera that I was super interested in getting. And of course I couldn't afford it because it was like a $5 camera. Right. But that time period was I was very interested in digital filmmaking because it was something that was becoming more accessible to me. I'd started working. I wound up getting a Canon T5i, which was a $700 camera. Because of this movie, it is quite rewatchable. I didn't love it the first time I came in. Yeah, the Criterion release of it is amazing, and the special features on it are great because they have the cinematographers on it talking about how they get this very unique look out of a digital camera, because at this time a lot of stuff was still shot on film in 2013, believe it or not, but the digital cameras that were being used at this time were not DSLRs, and this was shot with a DSLR. And they talk about all the different lenses and the different filters and the post-processing that they do to get this very unique image for this movie. And it introduced me to Greta Gerwig. It introduced me to Adam Driver, who are now huge parts of pop culture, which is super crazy to think about. Like when I was watching this movie, they're just like these, New Yorkie hipster fucking characters that you never think would be, the biggest names in Hollywood 10 years later. But here we are. But yeah, this disc is amazing. It's one of my favorite Criterions. It's a dual format disc as well. Shouts out to the old dual format disc.
Yeah, this is great. Obviously, Greta Gerwig is a big part of our last year of cinema. The conversation surrounding Barbie really starts with stuff like Frances Ha. I mean, her performance in this and the other stuff that she's directed has been a big deal. And funny enough, I'm wearing House of the Devil, which Greta Gerwig is in, and it plays a really memorable part where she gets murdered mercilessly, and it's great. I did not expect Frances Ha to come up tonight, but I love the performances in this, and it absolutely is a really well made rewatchable movie. However, I just don't love the movie that much. And it is one of those where a lot of people just don't love it. And a lot of people think that like it's this indie darling that changed the way that they looked at film. So I completely understand loving it so much.
Yeah, it's really, really cool. So yeah, I guess all that's left now is your number one.
My number one, and man, we have been, a handful of the last few things that we've talked about, including Frances Ha. Like a lot of these are very miserable movies. Just talked about Inside Llewyn Davis being about depression and loneliness and isolation. Blue Ruin is just revenge and sadness. Wolf of Wall Street, everybody hates everybody.
Spring Breakers is disgusting.
Spring Breakers is gross throughout. But I really think that I'm ending on the most depressing possible note, and easily the most emotional movie on my list, which is from again a director that is making lots of waves in 2024. I have to go with Denis Villeneuve's Prisoners as my number one movie. This movie, starring Hugh Jackman and Jake Gyllenhaal and Paul Dano and Viola Davis and a couple of, like, Melissa Leo is great in it. It's a movie with a child and their friend that goes missing, and a parent taking that anguish of a missing child into his own hands. And there are scenes in this that are more raw and depressing than anything else I've named on this list so far. But overall, the movie is directed brilliantly for such a young director who had only done 2 films before this. This movie is acted, especially by Hugh Jackman and Jake Gyllenhaal and Paul Dano, in really, really dramatic ways that could have been looked at as like comically depressing, but they go over the top in a very realistic way. So it certainly just comes across as a very depressing movie. I really, really think that anybody that has never seen this, I understand that the marketing was not great for this, and it really came across as this melodrama. It is way more complex than that. And especially in that final act, like, you really start to see the depravity of what can happen to people when put into tense situations. I think Denis, in his smaller films, was really a master of tension. Even in something like Sicario, that was borderline turning into a huge movie, he really ramps up the tension very well in that. But in his bigger movies, I think he started to lose that a little bit. And so I do wish that he would go back to some of these, not like one set pieces necessarily, but something that was a little more contained. I think he does better with harnessing emotions when he's not world building. And when you're doing stuff like Dune and Blade Runner 2049, you have to spend all your time world building, unfortunately. So as much as the performances and all these other things are great, I love his directing and things like this. And the aforementioned Sicario, and even like the movie Arrival, that movie is full of world building, but he still does really great with that building of the tension. I don't know. I feel like he is getting away from what made him an incredible filmmaker.
That's awesome. You know what? And I think that makes 9 out of your 10 movies I have not seen.
And the only other one is one that was on both of our lists, and it was your number 1.
Yeah, exactly. No, Prisoners has definitely been on my watch list for a super long time. Sicario, I think, is like kind of the ending of that time period of 2013 to 15 to me. That was like amazing movies. Or was 15 or 16 was Sicario?
I feel like it was 15, because I think Arrival was 16.
I think you're right. So I always consider like Sicario and The Revenant was kind of like the end of like that kind of span of movies right there that were just so fucking good. And then like after that, it kind of entered in this new era of film for me. But I actually really liked Arrival too.
Yeah.
I thought that was an awesome movie. I saw that.
Amy Adams is great in that.
Yep. I saw that in theaters, and I also saw Sicario in theaters. Sicario was probably my favorite movie in theaters that year. So Prisoners has been on my watch list for a very long time. So that's definitely something that I'll definitely get. And he says,
I think I've heard that from you like 7 or 8 times tonight.
Yeah, no, I know. That's my issue. My watch list on IMDb is like over 2,000. Yeah, it's like, so everything I'm like, oh yeah, I know about that, definitely. But Prisoners is probably one I'll get to before the rest of this other stuff, because I do need to see the Dune movies still. I have not seen. I know Dune Part 2 is not out yet, but Prisoners has been up there for a while.
It's in my opinion, it's Denis' best. I know a lot of people love Sicario, a lot of people love Blade Runner 2049. Hell, a lot of people love Arrival, but my favorite by far is Prisoners.
Okay. And I see Flickering Waves here. I will say that my 11, I'm sorry. Yes, I do need me a Dune popcorn bucket. That's been the talk in the group chat for a while, for the past like week. But I will say my top 10, my number 12 was Sound City, and then my number 13 was Gravity. I don't know why people hated Gravity so much. I think it
Well,
was Neil deGrasse Tyson came out and said, actually, this doesn't make
right,
any
right.
fucking sense. And everybody's like, yeah, this movie's fucking stupid.
Why don't you name through all of your honorable mentions since we just got two of them?
Okay, yeah. Those were two. Let's see. And then also I had Green Inferno, Eli Roth's Green Inferno. I really
Still have
fucked
not
with that.
seen that one.
Oh, okay, yeah, those were fun. I dig like low budget horror movies.
Yeah.
Like that's I dig that stuff. But Nebraska was one that I remember having 3 of my friends over at my house. I rented that on Redbox. We all went to McDonald's.
That's a
They're like,
weird joint friends together to
they're
watch
like,
a
this is the
movie.
last time we're letting you pick the movie, Gage. I was like, this movie's really fucking good, guys. What the fuck? Also, it was Frozen. Frozen is fucking awesome, which I didn't see that until 2021. So
Nice.
I saw that very late, and I still have not seen Frozen 2 yet. Also, I had Warm Bodies, which surprisingly was really fucking good. I like that.
Yep.
The girl I was seeing wanted to watch it, and we saw it in theaters. That movie was really good. Let's see, Gravity. Let's see. Oh, Great Gatsby. People hate on the Baz Luhrmann stuff. I've not seen Elvis, but I really enjoyed Great Gatsby. That was like another one of those movies. More so than anything, it just reminds me of that time period in my life.
I was going to say Great Gatsby seems like a Gage movie for sure.
I'm pretty sure I rented that on Redbox and watched it like at midnight on Sunday before my first day of senior year of high school. I think is when I watched that movie. So just like that time period, and then also the time period in the movie, you know, it's just very me, I guess. And then it's also part of the Leonardo DiCaprio, time period.
Right.
Okay, Elvis is sensory overload. That sounds great. I like that. I like sensory overload. And then sorry, because like what I did was I wrote down 19 movies and then I made my top 10. So I'm trying to like
totally get it.
Yeah, I'm trying to. I think the only other one that I had on here. Okay, because there's the one that I'm clearly. I told you before we went live. I said there's one on here that I didn't want to talk about in public.
Right.
If you guys want my story on it, you can go pay for Ryan's Patreon and join our Discord, and I will tell my story of Nymphomaniac on there. Because that's my
what
number.
A tease.
Yeah, what a tease. If you really want to see it, you got to join the Discord. Yeah, those movies, I dug those a lot. And then the other one on here, I had it on here just because like it's so crazy that at the time it was like, this is the best movie of all time, and now it's never fucking talked about. Do you know what I'm talking about? Dallas Buyers Club.
Oh yeah, it didn't make my list either.
Yeah, it didn't. But isn't that crazy? Like, do you remember when that movie came out? Like how big of a deal that movie was?
Yeah.
Like they're like, this is the most important movie of the past 30 years.
Yeah.
And it's part of the Matthew McConaughey and then Jared Leto. And
that was like the height of the Matthew McConaughey.
And I think Jared Leto and Matthew McConaughey both won Best Actor and Best Supporting Actor. And I think Dallas Buyers Club won Best Picture, right? Or did it win Best Director?
No, Best Director went to Alfonso Cuarón for Gravity for sure.
Okay, yeah, but yeah, it won like a few Oscars and stuff, and it was just like such a big deal, and nobody talks about that movie at all anymore. It's so weird.
That's a good call. That's a good call.
Yeah.
All right, so my list, which we do share a couple of these, which is great. Number 11 for me is Side Effects. This is the Steven Soderbergh movie from
that was the last one before he retired.
The first time, yeah. Great movie. Also one that nobody seems to talk about. Side Effects is great and really important for obviously, the healthcare industry is a big deal and
Mhm.
something that everybody needs to talk about. Number 12, one we shared, Nebraska. I love Alexander Payne's Nebraska.
Yeah, that movie is amazing.
It is so much fun. Love the two main performances. It's great.
I didn't realize it was an Alexander Payne movie.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
I just was watching him talk about a movie I just watched the other day. Have you ever seen Il Sorpasso?
I don't
Criterion
think I've ever seen the entire thing
Italian
though.
road comedy?
I
Okay,
know
that
what it
movie's
is. Yeah.
yeah, it's fucking sick. But I was watching Alexander Payne talk about it on YouTube today, so that's funny you said that.
13 for me is the other Denis Villeneuve film from 2013, Enemy.
Mm,
It's really good. Another Jake Gyllenhaal performance. I am a big fan of doppelganger movies, and this is
mhm,
like the epitome of that. Really love this one. Super confusing ending. Very well made. I really wish people would check this out. Number 14, one that I think a lot of people forget about time. I
mm,
am a fan of unconventional romantic comedies, and this one's less of a comedy, but it's a really good, unique movie about time, and
yeah,
love it. Yeah, this movie's fun. 15 is Gravity. So I don't hate Gravity like most people. I have an
mhm.
actual pretty big attachment to this because I watched this on 3D at a friend's house
I
who
saw it
has.
on
But
3D in theaters, and it's the only time that I've ever been like, this was if I didn't see it in 3D, I would have been disappointed. It's
so
amazing.
this is the first movie I saw on a 3D TV with proper 3D glasses done
Mm,
at home, like with the ones that need power and
Power,
everything.
yeah.
Um, it hit home for many reasons, but I definitely am attached to it primarily because the friend that introduced it to me has since taken their own life, and so
Oh,
it's got just a really big
yeah,
attachment for me.
for sure.
16 is a movie I've talked about before, and we talked about Oscilloscope earlier. Oscilloscope released this. It's the movie Coherence. Around 2013 to 2015, we had a handful of movies that came out that were about like odd dinner parties and fucked up things happening at dinner parties. And Coherence and The Invitation are the two that are great from this. And Coherence is wild. It's one that it doesn't make a whole lot of sense, and it by the end it starts to come together a little bit more. But either way, you're left wanting like this is just such a weird universe. I got to know what's going on. And Coherence is great. It was made with like 5 people on set, and the writers were starring in the movie and
Oh,
writing the movie as they went through the movie. And
wow.
it gives it the super unique feel. Absolutely love this one.
And that has
Um,
an oscilloscope, you said?
it does have an oscilloscope
Okay.
release, yeah.
Blu-ray or DVD?
Blu-ray too, yeah.
Okay, cool.
And then the last one, it's been talked about 5,000 times, so I don't need to say too much about it. But Only Lovers Left Alive,
Mm.
really stylish vampire movie. I think it's really fun, super unique. Probably a little overrated, but that's why it's so low on my list. I think it's good enough to warrant at least an honorable mention.
Something about that movie, there's like a ukulele score or something.
Maybe it's been a while since I've
Oh,
rewatched it. That makes sense.
I think Sunray, my theater, they had like the guy that I guess did the score for it or some shit was there like live performing with the movie or
Hmm.
some shit like that. I remember that happening. But yeah, I need to see that movie.
It's good. It's
Mm,
it's also really odd.
okay, yeah, that's okay. I like odd.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, if you're looking for an unconventional vampire movie, check out Only Lovers Left Alive.
Okay, well,
Stan says many good choices tonight. I'm glad that you approve, Stan.
I, I think it was no, it was Sibner said part one or part two of Nymphomaniac. I actually watched it as one movie. It was on
Nice,
Netflix as one movie, so I didn't know that it was two parts when I watched it. So
nice.
that was like when I way back in 2013.
That's a long depraved time.
Yeah, and my story was very funny, but I'm just teasing you guys. I'm trying to get your subscribe or your Patreon numbers up, Ryan.
Well, Sibner's in the Discord, so
Amazing.
Sibner will be there to read the story. Anybody else, come check out the Patreon. Yeah, I can't wait to read this story. For everybody else, I mean, man, comment on the video below. Not in the live chat, but comment on the video with some of your lists. Share with the people that are going to watch this over the next few days. I would love to hear what everybody thinks about it, because I feel like we're leaving off a couple big ones, but
Yeah.
I'm pretty damn proud of both of our lists. I feel like we did really well.
Yeah, I know. I mean, mine's like pretty a lot of popular movies from that
So
year.
is mine, but
Yeah.
we covered a lot of like genre grounds too, for sure.
Yeah, we did. We hopped all over the place. Lots of different various budgets too, big movies, small movies. So
Well, as I said at the very beginning, support Norman Studios. Go check out the stuff that they're doing. If you're anywhere near Southern Georgia, go go find out what you can do to participate in person. I would love to make a trip down there one of these days. But
yeah, please, anybody that's around here, you can. We are now open for February. We've been open every Saturday, and I'm killing myself that I should know this, but I believe it's every first and third Saturday of the month that we are open from 11 to 3. So you can go to our Facebook page and it'll tell you, but I'm pretty sure it's the first and third Saturdays every month will be open from 11 to 3.
And it's all of that is linked in the description for the video below. When the merch goes up again, I will highlight that and give everybody an opportunity to purchase it, because I think it's a worthy cause and something that we should all band together to assist with.
Yep, any amount of even just sharing the page or anything helps.
All right, I think that's all we got tonight. We did a lot. I mean, I didn't think we were going to go 4 hours, and here we are.
Well, I think there's lots of bizarre stuff like the Sony news and stuff being
right. Well, and
a little bit more time than we thought.
Not to mention, I could just talk to you for days on end.
Oh, thank you. I really appreciate that. I really do enjoy coming and chatting with you guys, and being in the Discord's been awesome. And you're always, I mean, I listen to you most of my work week. So to me, you're like a very close friend. So it's very easy to talk to you.
That means the absolute world. Yeah, I mean, I don't listen to you 24/7, but man, when we talk, I feel like we're just catching up after old times.
Yes, sir. I really appreciate everything. Thank you for having me on, brother.
Anytime. We'll have to get you back on in a few months, and everybody else, check out the Patreon in the link below so you can read Gage's story and anything else that's coming up. There's a lot that's going to be going on, I promise, and we'll be sharing that in the Discord. And until next time, have a good week, stay safe, and we'll see you next Thursday. Thank you for watching the disc. Watch what? Go ahead.
Watch more silent movies.
Watch more silent films for always. Now, here goes the credits. Thank you for watching The Disconnected. On the way out, make sure that you are subscribed to the channel, that you've liked the video, and that you've copied the link to be able to share with someone else that may appreciate this.